Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We are going live right off the bat with a tornado warning in Minnesota, and we do have a couple areas of circulation, but the first of which just got warned. It's back up near the Piers area near Onamia in Vineland. That is our brand new tornado warning. That is for Mille Lacs and as well as Morrison counties in Minnesota. If you are in this pink polygon, make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this will be moving to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. We are in a little bit of a radar hole, so this kind of, QLCS circulation is going to be kind of hard to see, but this area of rotation near the Piers area is where we're looking. So that's currently what we're looking at on this new tornado warning. This storm is moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. It is a very fast-moving storm. Latest scan still showing some rotation east of Little Falls. Again, that is moving east-northeast towards 27 in Onamia. I do want to bring your attention also further down to the south. We actually have an outflow boundary that the storms are catching up to, and we are probably going to start to see more of a tornado threat over the next hour, especially just west of Minneapolis. I'm going to show you what it looks like on the actual radar and the velocities here in a second. The velocity scan's just coming in, but we actually have a couple pockets of rotation just to the west of Minneapolis right now. I'm waiting for the velocities just came through. This is what radar looks like. So we got this outflow boundary that's going really across this entire line of thunderstorms. What's concerning right now is that the line of storms is actually all the basically the big storms that we're talking about. They're all catching up to this outflow boundary, and anything that can kind of latch onto that boundary could produce a tornado, and that's what we're looking at right now near the Lester Prairie area. I think Brandon Kopic is literally right on this, so we'll see what it looks like here in a second. This is going to be going towards the Mayor area, and eventually that's on track for Minneapolis. So we are watching this closely. Any storms that can kind of latch to this outflow boundary will have a shot at producing a tornado. Wouldn't rule out some sort of photogenic maybe tornado on the leading edge too of this outflow boundary where this particular storm is catching up to. Further down to the south, not looking at much right now. Mostly just non-severe storms across the board back into Iowa, and then back into Nebraska is kind of the same way right now. We have an outflow boundary that's basically the leading edge of all this thunderstorm activity. That'll be producing some gusty winds, but overall the main core of the storms is obviously going to be behind that. I don't anticipate as much of a tornado threat here in Nebraska or western Iowa. I do think our greatest potential will be here across parts of Minnesota. All right, let's first go over to Brandon Kopic, who is on the Radar Omega app and also on YouTube. We're going to jump to him first, and this is what it looks like right now in that storm that currently does have, it looks like, at least a little bit of rotation near the New Germany area of Minnesota. And so again, you'll notice just a really impressive storm here. We're going to see if there's any sort of lowering, which I think if we have one, it's probably going to be there just to the left of the rain shaft. So that's where we're currently looking on this storm.
I'm tempted to even just pull over and let everybody freaking go by at this rate and take a second, enjoy the view.
One moment, please. Okay. Yeah, so this is a storm right now that we're talking about back over near New Germany and Mayer, which is currently not tornado warned. I'm not seeing a definitive couplet, but there is at least a little bit of circulation.
Nice, beautiful metal. Okay,
I want to go back to radar and just show you real quick. So this is the velocities over the last few minutes. You'll kind of see there was a bit more of a couplet a few minutes ago just south of Lester Prairie. Has broadened a little bit, but we could see this cycle again. We also have another one that's trying to develop back down near the Norwood Young America area, going in the direction of Waconia in Minnesota. So that's what we're watching right now on this particular part of the line of thunderstorms. And again, these are the ones that'll produce the potential for QLCS tornadoes, which are quasi-linear convective tornadoes. Basically, what we're going to be looking for in this instance is tornadoes that are embedded in a line of thunderstorms. So that's what we're watching for now as this continues to move to the east. Now, the main concern across the board will be damaging winds between 60 to 75 miles per hour with this line of thunderstorms, and we are watching this closely because it is going to be going towards the Minnesota State Fair, which is still ongoing, and we do have live cams there, so we'll be keeping a close eye there. This line of thunderstorms will definitely be impacting that area here within the next really hour and a half. It's a pretty fast-moving line of thunderstorms. Sorry, give me 1 second. All right, just fixing the audio. All right, let's go back to... Let me go over to here. I'm going to quickly show you today's severe weather outlook as well. So this is what we're looking at for today. The risk for severe weather was upgraded to an enhanced risk for severe weather, so that does include areas in central and eastern Minnesota, which that is where this line of thunderstorms currently is. This is why we have an enhanced risk. It is going to be for the damaging wind threat. The enhanced risk does go into western Wisconsin as well, and then also back over into parts of southeastern Minnesota is where we have the main concern for damaging winds today. All of Minneapolis included in this enhanced risk. That is an elevated chance for damaging winds. This was upgraded at the Outlook about 4 hours ago, so that's why we have that. Slight risk goes back into Iowa, and it also goes into parts of northern central Minnesota and back into western Wisconsin, and then the marginal threat goes back into Kansas and even parts of Illinois, where the main concern will be damaging winds. The tornado risk is a bit more elevated today. We do have a large 5% tornado risk. We didn't go live earlier because I didn't really think this tornado risk would get going out here, and it definitely has not, but I do think over the next hour we're going to start to see this tornado threat more elevated across areas in the Minneapolis area and also back into parts of central Minnesota. So we are watching this obviously very closely, and we'll probably be live at least for the next couple hours kind of covering this for you as these storms do continue to track towards the Minneapolis area. Let's go back to Brandon Kopic, as he is on that storm that was at least rotating a little bit near Mayer. Again, he is on YouTube in the Radar Omega app, which is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android if you want to check out Radar Omega. No problem, Wayne. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you for becoming a 3-month member. The ice cream also for the $4.99. I was under a severe thunderstorm warning last night. Weren't very many warnings yesterday, honestly. Today we have currently 17 severe thunderstorm warnings. So we're actually a little bit higher than, we're definitely higher than yesterday. For some reason the warning count is going up. I'm going to real quickly back to radar. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning back up just to the east of St. Joseph. This is a little bit more of rural areas of Minnesota. This is near the Mille Lacs Lake, near Isle, 169, Page, Onamia, Morrill, all included in this for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, and there is a tornado possible label across this entire new severe thunderstorm warning. We are probably going to get a new warning here shortly for those near Minneapolis. Definitely a little bit concerning here, back over near Waconia. Still right on the outflow boundary. We do have a little bit of an RFD surge coming out towards the Cologne area, which this could start to rotate and try to produce a tornado threat. It was trying to rotate a few minutes ago. Might be trying again. And Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin are all kind of in proximity of this, but they are in low signal. We'll go back to them once they're back. Connor Croft also, he is live here on the Radar Mega app and also on YouTube. He's going to be back on the northern side of the storms near Clearwater, right along I-94. So he's back up in here. So he's chasing down to the southeast. Brandon Kopic, Corey Gherkin on this particular storm that's just to the west of Minneapolis that has definitely become a little bit more concerning over the last few minutes when it comes to its current look on radar. It's definitely looking a little bit more concerning. Hopefully these storms don't catch up to the outflow, but it looks like this particular area, really this part near 7 and then also back near 212, they are both kind of latching onto that boundary. And when we have that happen, we do typically see a tornado threat really increase. So that's really what we're going to be keeping a close eye on for the next several minutes on.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What the Sigma? We have a tornado warning in Pennsylvania. What is going on here? This is like a drunk NATO back over near King, Pennsylvania. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is like almost like a drunk NATO sort of thing. Okay. Well, if you're South Altoona in King, Pennsylvania, seek shelter. Do have a tornado warning in Pennsylvania. This was not on my bingo card for today. I don't think there's not even a tornado risk outlined here today. I know there's at least a marginal. We do have actually a slight now. I don't know when the slight got issued, but we do have a slight risk across this area. Storm's not even moving. No tornado risk outlined over here. But if you are near Sproul or Interstate 99 in Pennsylvania, seek shelter. I'm going to see if we actually have any live cams here, because I think we might. That rotation, though, actually does look somewhat... It looked a little bit more impressive a few minutes ago. Doesn't look as impressive now. Alright, I-88 south of Altoona. I'm going to go back to Minnesota while I look. Because the Minnesota storms were a little bit more concerning than that one. This one's still trying to come together near Cologne and Waconia. Brandon Kopic, we're going to go to him. Brandon Kopic has a pretty good view right now of that storm that is currently to his south near Norwood, Young America. That's the one that we're looking at on radar, the one that was trying to rotate. That is a really good view. It looks like we may have a lowering back there. I think you guys are going to see it in a second, but it does appear as if we do have a lowering. Right there. You can kind of see it. A little bit of a lowering.
Man, these winds are ripping right now.
Of course, tornado warning north.
Another one or the one that's been warned?
Looks like we have a bit of a lowering. They have not issued a tornado warning or anything like that on this storm that we're looking at. They just did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning, though, for those in Minneapolis, Plymouth, back near Bloomington, Shakopee, and as well as back near Eagan are all included in this severe thunderstorm warning. I believe this does include the State Fair. Yeah, so the State Fair is also included in this severe thunderstorm warning. We still have at least some rotation, it looks like, at least an RFD search, but a little bit of circulation near Cologne, which is something that we're watching for very closely as this continues to move east-northeast. So again, if you are anywhere in the track of this, definitely be vigilant. There is no tornado possible label on this, but at this point, I still would not rule out potentially an isolated spin-up or even a tornado out of that. QLCS tornadoes, again, usually pretty brief, but this one has been trying to come together here for several minutes now. We're going to go back to Brandon Kopic.
They just put out
again on the Radar Omega app and on YouTube.
Well, the west side of Metro, like Minneapolis.
So that's the leading edge of the storm.
Severe thunderstorm
It kind of
warning.
looks like there's a little bit of lowering there in the background.
The Minneapolis metropolitan area.
Maybe
now,
a little bit of something there.
for this storm that we are
right.
on.
It wouldn't be what's leading out there. Maybe a little bit more embedded in the storm.
Yeah, I don't know how to attack this.
And as a reminder, our tornado warnings currently, we have one in Pennsylvania. Again, kind of crazy. It's moving south at 3 miles per hour, according to my software, in Bedford and Blair counties in Pennsylvania. And then our other tornado warning is in Mille Lacs and Morrison counties in Minnesota, which that rotation, as of now, not seen anything definitive on that one that looks like it's on the ground. I'm really most concerned right now about the Minneapolis one. Even though it's not tornado warned, it's something that we're watching for closely. I would not be shocked if we got a tornado out of it. Let's check in with Corey Gherkin as well. That's not updated. Give me 1 second. Go to Corey Gherkin. He's also on Radar Omega and on YouTube. They are both basically in the same spot. So we'll be checking with him periodically, and then we'll go over to Connor Croft as well. That's Connor Croft's POV. He's back over a little bit further to the north. I think that's just Scud there in the middle. Almost kind of looked like a funnel. That's his view. Look at that. Look at that rain shaft right there. There's actually, if you look at radar, bottom right of your screen, Connor's right there. This is the line of storms, and we have some storms blowing up in front of it. That's what we're looking at right there. Sharp divide on that rain shaft.
Freaking fogging up in here.
All right, we're gonna go back to live radar. I'm gonna check in on this storm that's approaching Waconia. See what the velocities look like. This is definitely trying. I mean, it's trying to latch onto this boundary. Tornado warning is still radar indicated in northern Minnesota. Or, sorry, central Minnesota. And we are keeping a very close eye on this storm right now near Cologne. Going towards Victoria. Again, this is on track for Minneapolis. It's going right in that direction. There has been a little hook on this. It is just a severe thunderstorm warning cell. Main concern, again, still being damaging winds, but we are keeping a close eye on its structure on both radar and also visually, because I mean, you know, QLCS tornadoes can be quick. They can kind of come out of nowhere, so that's what we're watching for right now. Velocities did not update, so we're gonna have to wait for the next scan. Check base velocities. Yeah, there's still a little bit of circulation. Mostly just an RFD surge right now, but there's at least a little bit of spin by the looks of it. And it's getting pretty close to the radar site. It's actually getting awfully close to the radar site now. How's it going, Temporal? Welcome back. Let me check on that northern tornado warning. They did condense it. Still got a little couplet northwest of Hillman in Minnesota on that tornado warning going towards Vineland and Onamia. So if you are in that area, continue to stay in your safe place. Overall, again, main concern right now will be QLCS tornadoes. We do have some embedded circulation there. Looks like a little bit of something maybe near the Milica area, but that storm literally just popped up. So I don't think it's really imminent, but a little bit of spin, which again, we can still see some rotation. Doesn't necessarily mean we're going to have a tornado in this sort of environment. Away for the next scan on this one. Velocities are definitely coming together a little bit. Thank you easily for the 499. No, if you're looking at like no pixels, if you mean like this right here, that just means nothing's being detected. Like the velocity, the radar's not detecting anything like at all. Like it doesn't just like the wind is measured by looking at like stuff that's actually like in the atmosphere. So if it sees rain or something, that's what this is kind of like measuring basically, like the movement of rain or hail or whatever it might be. These pixels that are closer to the radar site are often some sort of clutter or buildings or something along those lines. Thank you, Gorilla, also for the super chat. I mean, just make sure that you are staying vigilant. I mean, the best thing to do usually is just go to a sturdy structure. So that'd be the best thing to do if you are in a car. Still got a little bit of circulation here near Waconia. Latest velocity scan still doesn't show a whole lot of wind going away or going away from the radar. Back to storm relative velocities again. Yeah, still not a whole lot of circulation. Like it's more of an RFD surge right now, which means there's gonna be more of a wind threat going towards Victoria and Eden Prairie. Still not really seeing this wrap around yet. And it does still appear outflow dominant, but it's definitely close. Everything down here in like southern Minnesota, for example, there's really nothing here right now other than just the outflow boundary. Like there are some storms back here, back over in like southern Minnesota, but that should be mostly gusty winds and lightning. The storms back over here west of Minneapolis are definitely the ones that are more concerning because it's right along that outflow. And that means that the tornado threat could spin up a little bit. Let me go back to Pennsylvania real quick. Let's check out the tornado warning near King. And that rotation is definitely dying out pretty quickly. So this warning will probably just end up being canceled. But if you are in that warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. Go back to Minnesota. Ice Cream, if you're talking about like the tilts, you can do tilt 1, tilt 2 like this. I don't know if that's what you mean. But with the drop-down menu here, or now it's not really a drop-down menu, it kind of goes up, but that would be how you change it. We're going to go back to...
Significantly.
There's Connor Croft again. Pretty decent view there of the line of thunderstorms. We're also going to go back over to Brandon Kopic. He's again on that storm that is currently just to the west of Minneapolis.
This is going to disrupt traffic like nobody's
gorgeous
business.
Structure right now. Nate Bailey for the 499.
The severe thunderstorm warning does in fact include the State Fair area. I repeat, does in fact include the State Fair area.
To be honest, I don't know where that river is.
Is in fact under a severe thunderstorm warning at this time.
I don't even see it popping up. I don't know where that river is, Bailey. Color tables, you can change color tables by like getting a color table. You can like look one up on the internet, or I do have my color table in our Discord server, which the link to that's in the description. By the way, this is today's NATOcast outlook. This is the latest outlook from NATOcast, showing the greatest tornado probabilities essentially just around and north of Minneapolis, which I do agree with. That's where I think the greatest potential will be. The 2% does go back down into Iowa. That's going to be kind of contingent on there being storms kind of near or just out in front of the outflow boundary, so that'll be something to watch for. And then western Wisconsin will be watching for a low tornado risk as we get closer to about probably 6 o'clock or so. Still not seeing really anything definitively that's like, you know, really imminent for a tornado threat, but we are still looking at least some broad circulation off to the west of Minneapolis. Definitely more of a damaging wind concern as of right now. We are going to go ahead and check out and see, though, if we have any sort of live shots of this. Let me go back over to Corey real quick while I try to look for some cameras. Over to Corey Gerken. Right side of your screen, that's the leading edge of the storm.
Yeah, come on,
Very
people,
dark and
drive.
ominous.
Boy, there's a car on the shoulder you're gonna come up on. I'm gonna flip around and check on them. I couldn't see, but I just want to make sure they're good.
Hey, you Kirsten for the $4.99. Can we watch people leave the state fair again? We will, don't worry. I got the state fair cameras ready to go. We got a few of them. We'll definitely see people running out of the state fair, don't worry. If you came here just for that, it's gonna happen. I mean, there's no way we don't see storms in that area. There's almost no way. So that's what we did literally a couple days ago. Where's Brandon Kopic? He's currently just off to the northwest of Shakopee. He's near Victoria, just outside of Minneapolis. Again, we're looking at some circulation west of the radar site here near Victoria. Not enough to really make this tornado warning by any means. There was a little bit more earlier. Hasn't really reorganized yet, but I would be watching for at least a short-term tornado risk being in this area going towards Minneapolis.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning. This one's going to be back over near Medallia. That rotation's coming together. Wow, look at this. I wasn't even looking down here. Back down near Medallia, south of New Ulm, sorry. Back south of New Ulm, near Cortland. There is a new tornado warning. This rotation coming together quite a bit near Linden. If you are in this tornado warning, make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And this is currently moving to the northeast at about 20 miles per hour. Nicollet will be in the track of this. Oshana, and as well as Traverse will be long-term tracks of this particular supercell. And this is kind of embedded with the other storms here. We are watching this move to the northeast. I do want to quickly bring your attention back to Corey. They are back. Corey Gherkin and as well as Brandon Kopic are right on the leading edge here of this storm near Minneapolis. And this is the wind. You can see it starting to pick up here. This is Corey Gherkin's POV right here. Hey, Vex for the super chat. Shakopee, thank you. By the way, that tornado warning that was just issued is for Blue Earth, Brown, and Watowan counties in Minnesota. Something happened? You guys know? I don't know if something happened. I was about to say I'm kind of surprised they pulled over right here. Now I'm guessing something happened to this car. Wind's definitely picking up just outside of Minneapolis. Brandon saw them on the side of the road and stopped to help. Gotcha. Wind's definitely picking up. I mean, there's obviously a car here, but that's the leading edge of that outflow boundary. Right, they're back on the road. Just pulled over, probably just trying to find directions or something. Still got circulation here going towards Linden. Near Highway 15 moving northeast. We're going to keep a close eye on this storm. This is just north of St. James. There is a live camera here. Or there is a camera. I don't know if it's live. I'm going to see if there's any view of this. This is a view out of this tornado warning. It is very, very hard to see anything. Just moments ago, back over in this area, literally about a minute ago, this photo was taken. It's a photo camera, so it's not live, but that was a view of that area near MP 86. Still got circulation there, though. It's not tight and confined. I don't think there's a tornado right now, but definitely could see one as that continues to move northeast. We are starting to see a few little downbursts as well. These brighter colors that you're seeing near like Cologne, for example, and then back east of Henderson, we are starting to see more downburst wind potential coming out of this activity. So as this continues to move in the direction of Minneapolis, we are going to be dealing with a damaging wind threat for sure. We're also going to keep a close eye on radar. Again, we still got some rotation. It's relatively broad, but we still have rotation west of Minneapolis. So as this continues to move east and east-northeast, definitely going to be watching for the potential for a spin-up tornado. The tornado warning back over in central Minnesota, that one was canceled. We still have a tornado warning for Bedford and Blair counties in Pennsylvania. That rotation, the last time we looked, was pretty mid. Like, there wasn't really much left. So, but we'll keep a close eye on it if anything does happen. Wind's still pretty strong here. This is back over with Corey Gherkin, who is currently just north of Victoria, Minnesota. They are approaching Minneapolis. It's definitely very dark skies. Do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Damaging wind threat will approach the Twin Cities. Some increase in low-level rotation is possible near the warm front. So we are watching again the tornado potential here right around and just north of Minneapolis. All right, so if you are in Minneapolis, stay vigilant. We'll keep you posted if anything does happen here. Right now, there is an increasing potential for an isolated tornado. Again, will it be a long track, strong tornado? Probably not, but we could see something brief spin up. So that's what we're currently monitoring the potential for as this line of thunderstorms pushes into the Minneapolis area. So continue to stay vigilant if you are in Minneapolis or any surrounding areas. Rotation on that tornado warning back near Linden has begun to broaden out a little bit on the latest scan, but we'll still watch it closely as that moves to the northeast. Just to the southeast of New Ulm, we do have reports of multiple trees down and power outages in New Ulm from the first round of storms. That was about an hour ago. And we also have delayed reports of multiple trees blocking roads throughout New Ulm. So a couple different reports there. And we do have a little bit of a couplet trying to come together, it looks like, near Maple Plain. A little bit of couplet. A little bit of a couplet. The latest scan shows it a little bit broader. And then any rotation out of this part of the storm, which I don't think there's much, but if there's any rotation, it would be over the radar site now. So I don't have really a clear view of that. A little bit of a couplet right now approaching Medina. A little bit of couplet action going right towards Minneapolis. I'm going to see if we have any sort of live shots here, which we got. There's tons of live cameras across Minneapolis. We're just going to see if we have any shots of this storm as it rolls into Minneapolis. Wind's starting to pick up. This is one of the live shots back over on Minnesota 101. Wind's picking up a little bit. You can see the camera shaking. This is right near the leading edge of this storm activity. It's looking westbound. So just southwest of Minneapolis. Very dark, that's for sure. This isn't like a filter. This is just, it's pretty dark outside right now. It's near Eden Prairie for reference. For those familiar with the Minneapolis area. Twin Cities. Alright, I'm not seeing anything else right now. Thank you, Josh, for the $4.99. How long till it arrives in St. Paul? St. Paul will probably be within the next hour. Isn't St. Paul like just outside of Minneapolis? Yeah, you're going to probably be within the next 30 minutes. This line of storms that we're looking at right now is moving east at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. It's pretty fast. So we'll be hit within the next hour. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning also for St. Louis. We got some storms blown up down here. These are not concerning really for tornado risk, but we do have damaging winds and hail. Wouldn't rule out a brief spin up, but nothing really imminent with a tornado threat there. All right, we'll stay here until our next scan. Should have a new scan in a moment. I'm still trying to see if we have any other live shots in Minnesota or in Minneapolis that have any view of anything. Baxter, Minnesota. Let me check Baxter real quick. Oh man, this is like really far north. Yeah, we may have had like some sort of brief spin up back up here near Baxter. Again, we got a lot. Unfortunately, we are in a bit of a radar hole up here in like central Minnesota. But we may have just had a brief spin up or a tornado up there. There isn't any tornado possible label on that activity. Let me go back to Minneapolis again. Should have a new radar scan in a moment. Just going to see what it looks like on radar, see if we have any sort of couplets trying to develop. Again, we could still see a brief spin up really anywhere embedded in this line. I'll have a new update in just a moment. Thank you, B. Smith, also for the super chat. Yeah, I just had somebody else tell me that too. There might have been a tornado up here. Here where the tornado warning was canceled. We've had some circulation, that too. That might actually be what we're talking about. That is a tight couplet. There's a brief one near 25. Doesn't really look like anything's really there. Maybe some farmland or something, but near Shepherd. So we may have just had a brief tornado there. Nothing clear, nothing like clear though. We don't have any like any debris signature, but we're pretty far away from the radar site. All right, let's check out radar here. We're gonna have some pixelated scans over the next couple scans as we are right next to the radar site. But that initial couplet is kind of broadening a little bit near Loretto, the one that we've been watching for the last few minutes. It was trying to come together near Maple Plain. We may have even had a funnel or something like that, but over the last couple scans, just a little bit broader. So let's hope that trend continues. We still have at least some level of circulation right over the radar site. We don't really know what that exactly entails because the radar site literally is planted right where that rotation is, but I would say that we still have a potential here for maybe some sort of spin up as this continues to move towards Minneapolis. This is a live shot here right outside of Minneapolis near Mitchell Road looking northbound. You can kind of see the leading edge here of that shelf cloud. So we kind of got the shelf cloud right here. Apparently I'm typing on the screen. I didn't know I could do that. But the shelf cloud right there at the top. You can kind of see the leading edge of that. So it's going to be this right here. But not perfect view, but the shelf cloud's right there. Thank you, Ronald, for the generous $20 super chat. $20 towards a better haircut. Guys, my hair's fine. I don't know why we have the haircut slander here on the channel. Thank you, Alicia, for the or becoming a member. Thank you, Jeff, also for the super chat. That is a crazy super chat. I will have to get a haircut, though, probably in like a month. You might be stuck with this haircut for a while. If you guys do have any photos or videos, by the way, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. I'm going to keep a close eye on that camera as the storm does approach. We'll get a gauge of how strong the winds are as well, as they are currently, this storm is currently warned for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. By the way, tornado warning in Pennsylvania was canceled. We are just down to the one that's back down to the southwest of Minneapolis by quite a bit. It's south of New Ulm. Not really much on radar right now when it comes to circulation, just broad right now. Sounds like Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin both kind of stuck in traffic right now. A lot of traffic in Minneapolis. Not really too surprising, just letting you guys know. Cities are a bit harder to navigate. A lot of traffic. I'm looking at... If you thought there was traffic in Minneapolis, now we can confirm. This is on I-494. Very backed up right now. There's definitely traffic. I'll have another scan here in a second. This velocity scan is from 5 minutes ago. I'm gonna keep it a buck. That's a long time. That I hope the radar site didn't go out, but we haven't had an update in like 5 minutes. I might have to use the terminal radar site. This one's also back behind a little bit. Velocities are updating. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. All right, we got a better shot here of this storm rolling into Minneapolis right now, or just outside of Minneapolis, near Mitchell Road northbound. Oh, look at this. Going back to Brandon Kopic again on the YouTube, and also on the Radar Omega app. It'll become a bit clearer here in a second. Wind is very strong though where he is right now.
Thank you for the update
We'll
about
see it here
the
in a second.
construction on 494, whatever that is. Here comes the wind. Oh wow, that tree is ripping over there.
I think we may have just missed it. Oh, there it is. A little windy there on the left. Hey, Musical for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Now, on the flip side of things, this is live just outside of Minneapolis on Mitchell Road, and you can see the wind's definitely picking up here now. Right where the outflow boundary is. And there's definitely traffic, no doubt about that. This is on US 212 for reference. Lots of people are leaving the state fair. They might be watching the Max Velocity stream. Do you check tags on Facebook? Not really. No, I usually am not able to during streams. Oh, the radar site's back. Just took a little bit to update. Actually got Connor right now. He's approaching Minneapolis too, so everybody's kind of in the same area now. Connor started much further north than Brandon did and Corey did. Corey and Brandon were kind of further down here to the south and southwest of Minneapolis. But he is approaching this line now back over in the Minneapolis area. We're going to go back to this camera, and I'm going to take a quick gander and see if we have any other view of anything else. Thank you, Hawkeye, for the $5 super chat. Yeah, the last couple of days, like, I mean, this is the second windbag to go through during the state fair this year, which is kind of crazy. The wind has been a big threat here the last few days. It's the second round of thunderstorms that we've had right here in Minneapolis. We're going to go back to live radar, see what the velocities look like. Velocities haven't updated. They're still currently 8 minutes behind. There are a lot of cameras in the Minneapolis area. Just trying to see if we can get one of the structure. The structure apparently is incredible. Oh, Connor's actually has pretty good view of the structure. Let's go to Connor Croft. That's a decent view of the structure, kind of there on the right side of your screen. I might have to go back a second so you can see it better. Just go back a few seconds. You'll see it a little bit better right here. A little bit of a shelf cloud. He's a little bit more on the northern side. Apparently just to the southwest of Minneapolis. It is like a big, like, almost like a roll. It looks kind of crazy. Even up here, it's still pretty impressive. So that's what that looks like as of a few moments ago. Velocities are still not updating. What is going on with this radar site? Looks like at least right now from what we're seeing on the terminal radar site, which isn't always a great perspective from this far, but it's not really showing any sort of imminent circulation right now near Minneapolis. The only possibility of there being rotation would be back up near I-94 by the looks of it. Even then, though, it's still hard to gauge that because we don't have any really radar update that's with the regional radar site. Tornado warning still does continue west of Crystal Lake for 5 more minutes. This will probably just end up being allowed to expire. It might even cancel it. Rotation's become pretty broad on that tornado warning. Just to the west of Mankato. Again, what the concern is right now is that this windbag is going to be going right into Minneapolis, and the state fair is going on. So we have a couple of dilemmas here. The state fair is happening, and then you got, you know, hundreds of thousands of people out there at the state fair. And yeah, it's definitely not an ideal situation. This is a view here of Minneapolis right now. This is just outside. This is back near the state fair, just outside of Minneapolis. That is a view of the city. See a storm rolling in right now. Yes, we will watch the State Fair cameras if there's nothing like really concerning other than wind. We'll definitely watch them. Thank you, Kirsten, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Appreciate anybody that's become a member or super chat. It helps out the channel a lot. Thank you, guys. Do appreciate it. Do the State Fairs have trampolines? I don't know. I don't know if this State Fair has them. Not sure. We're going to go back to live radar. Velocities may or may not be updating. Alright, velocities have updated by the looks of it. And I think we have a couplet near Maple Grove. But the reflectivity has not matched up with this yet. Yeah, we have rotation right now near I-94. Connor just passed by this. Just southeast of Rogers. And that is currently on the path for Coon Rapids. So I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning on that. Definitely possible. They just canceled the tornado warning, by the way, down to the southwest of Minneapolis. But that is definitely rotating. We definitely have a couplet near I-94 near Copper Marsh. And I'm surprised that's not... That'll probably end up getting tornado warning. I mean, that's right there, right now near I-94. Definitely be vigilant if you're in the Coon Rapids area or just north of Minneapolis near Brooklyn Park. This is the latest scan. Might be broadening out again, but we just had possibly a brief spin up or something like that near I-94. There are some cameras there. I'm just trying to see if we have any view of anything like that looked like maybe a lowering. That you like for the $4.99 super chat. Appreciate that. Well, this is the storm. Look at this thing. I don't know if the live shot's gonna load, but that's a view of the storm. Large rain shaft, but I don't think that camera's working. Yeah, we just had a little couplet up there. Might even have another one near Rogers. This is kind of where this is right near the warm frontal boundary, so better shot for a tornado would exist back up here near Elk River. Nico, the current threats right now in the Minneapolis area are damaging winds up to 60. Other than that, there isn't much. It's just mostly wind. We could see a brief tornado or something like that. That's kind of what we're watching for right now. So... and we're really watching north of Minneapolis for that greatest potential.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Not on this storm, though. We do have a new tornado warning back up in Aiken, and as well as Crow Wing, Minnesota. If you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. This is on that northern side where we do have some circulation. It's, again, a radar hole, so we don't have a great view on radar. But if you are in the Aiken or Glen or Malmo areas, just to the north of Mille Lacs Lake, make sure that you are getting to your safe place immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning, so we don't have anything confirmed and on the ground right now, but we do have at least some rotation up there. And we still do have some broad circulation. That's definitely broader, though, than before. Back over near Coon Rapids. This is a live shot back on I-94, right where that rotation passed over a few minutes ago. You can see it's still pretty windy here, definitely low visibility. That light blue tinge, too. I'm not sure why it's so light blue. Might just be a camera focus issue. Maybe a white imbalance or something like that. Connor has a great view. He sure does. Let's go to Connor. It's Connor's view of the leading edge here near Minneapolis. Impressive structure right now. Brandon is currently cutting up a tree, by the way. Big W for Brandon. This is Brandon Kopic with some of the damage behind this, back over just west of Minneapolis. He is currently helping to get this tree out of the road to hopefully get traffic lesser in this area. There's already a lot of traffic. Big W for Brandon in the chat. Gotta cut that tree up and get it out of the road. Still have some circulation back over west of Coon Rapids, just a little bit. We also had, it looked like I had a little bit near St. Louis Park, so a couple areas that I'm watching for. And then back over on the live camera, again, back on I-94. It's still pretty windy here. They're actually moving the camera now. Sir? Where are we looking? Oh, zooming in on the car. All right. I don't know what they're doing, but... All right, we're going to keep a close eye also on the State Fair, because the State Fair is about to be hit by this storm. That's what it looks like currently. Just to the northeast of Minneapolis, just back over near the State Fair. Pretty moderate traffic right now. This is, again, the storm right here. This is obviously Minneapolis. The storm is going to be rolling into Minneapolis over the next few minutes. Where is the State Fair? It's right over here somewhere. Falcon Heights. Where's Falcon Heights on the map? There it is. All right. Yep, people are starting to leave. This is what it looks like right now at the State Fair, just for reference. People are leaving and people are still going in. This is the way to leave and this is the way to go in. People are still going into the fair. I don't understand why people can't check their weather apps. I don't know. It is very strange. Going back to Connor, he still has an unbelievable view here of this storm.
We're so cooked, chat.
That's, again, just off to the north of Minneapolis. He is near Brooklyn Park, for reference.
You guys are out the window. I'm hanging you guys out the window.
All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Oak Grove, Chisago City, back over near Stillwater, Woodbury, Cottage Grove, Stillwater. That's right near the Wisconsin and Minnesota border. And then back over Minneapolis, also included for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. All right, so pretty modest threat overall, but definitely still something to keep in mind. We do have some lightning as well, so obviously if you're outdoors, go inside. For whatever reason, again, people at the State Fair, at least some of them, don't seem to have a weather app. I don't know why, or at least have some way to know that this is happening. Well, this happened literally 3 days ago, or 2 days ago, whenever it was. We have, right now, people that are still going in and out of the State Fair. I don't know why people are going in. I get if it's going out, but I don't know why people are going into the fair. I don't think this will be as bad as what we just had a few days ago, but it's still definitely going to produce some gusty winds and might even produce some localized flooding. This line is fast enough, though, for the flooding threat to stay pretty low. So, thank you, Vex, for the super chat. There's so many people. There's over 100,000 people apparently there today. So, thank you, B. Smith, for the super chat. There's St. Louis. St. Louis right now, just outflow-driven storms. Nothing really too concerning. Might get some localized flooding, though, in the St. Louis area. I'm not really seeing anything right now near Omaha that looks concerning. Mostly just gusty winds. Could see a brief spin up, though, somewhere down there. Alright. Storms are about to roll right into Minneapolis. Let me go back to Brandon Kopic real quick. Brandon Kopic still helping out there. Getting the tree out of the road, making some very good progress. People are driving already faster around him. Huge W for Brandon. And by the way, the tornado warning that we currently have is back over southeast of Crosby, southwest of McGregor, over in parts of central Minnesota, moving east-northeast. Again, this is just a broad area of circulation. We could see QLCS tornadoes embedded with this as it continues to move northeast. All right, so that's the concern that we're currently looking at in that area. But right now in the Minneapolis area, don't see anything imminent for a tornado. Nothing imminent. We are still watching for a damaging wind threat, though. This is a live shot just to the northeast of Minneapolis. Again, Minneapolis being right there in the middle with all the tall buildings. Traffic is actually building more now. And this is just outside of the State Fair, which the State Fair is going to probably get pretty chaotic here pretty soon. Thank you, Rich, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. And also thank you for becoming a minimum velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you. Is rush hour too? It is rush hour. It is right at rush hour. Where's State Fair on the map? It is just off to the northeast of Minneapolis, like within like 5 miles. It's like right near Falcon Heights. It is, if I zoom in, where's Falcon? Oh, it's actually not even that far. It's right here. It's literally just east of Minneapolis. So that's where the State Fair is. And the cameras that we're looking at is pretty much in the same spot. See if we have any other updates here. Huge shout out, by the way, to Caleb for tuning in with his cat. Big W. Got everything rolling on the screen. I still don't see anything definitive. We've had rotation on this. Northern Storm for a while. This thing's actually been rotating for a while. Like this, we've been talking about this pocket rotation for a while. Back over north of Minneapolis. It looks like it's broadening out again, but bad circulation. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground there, though. Maybe back near Anoka. Let's go back a little bit. There hasn't been any tornado warning on this, which kind of surprised me because it has been rotating for a while, and it is moving north. We actually could get a new potential tornado threat out of this right here, another couplet just south of Oak Grove. So there's actually a couple of different pockets. This was the first one. It looks like we have a new one developing north of Ramsey. And then anything inside of Minneapolis right now looks like predominantly wind. Alright, we're going to stay zoomed out until the next scan. Thank you, Ronald, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Can't see a half mile in Mapleton. Yeah, the rain's going to be pretty blinding. It's coming quick, too. This is, again, not a slow-moving line of storms. It's moving east at about 40 to 45 miles per hour, so it's pretty fast. It's going to almost hit you instantly. It'll feel like it's going to be very fast-moving. Look how dark it is getting over Minneapolis right now. Right over the Twin Cities, getting very ominous and dark right now. Right over Minneapolis. Thank you, Crazy, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Bailey, for the $9.99 super chat. Talking about Grand Rapids, you're probably going to be dealing with mostly just an isolated wind threat, Bailey. Up in that area. This is the latest velocity scan. Still got a little couplet right there west of Ham Lake. There has been at least a resemblance of a CC drop. Not warned, though. It's going to be going towards Cedar and East Bethel. Honestly, if you're anywhere in the severe thunderstorm warning, at the bare minimum, I would be in your safe place just in case. You know, it's not, you know, something that is too hard to do anyway. Wouldn't be a bad time to do it. I mean, most of this should just be damaging winds, but that could, again, send debris flying. We could see flying trampolines. It is tossing trampolines on tall trees Thursday after all. We could see the potential for a brief tornado that doesn't get warned. It's something that does happen with lines of thunderstorms like what we're seeing now. Back to Minneapolis here real quick. This is, again, the live shot. Storms rolling in pretty quickly. Something, yes, we do deliver nationwide. Or internationally, I should say. We had a little couplet even develop right over Minneapolis, too. Maybe a little bit of circulation there, too. We actually had we have a little couplet that just tried to develop over south of Minneapolis, it looks like. Just a little bit of something. Still not tight, but there was a little bit of circulation developing just south of Minneapolis. All right, we are currently T-minus like 5 or 6 minutes from the state fair getting wind. The wind actually is hitting. The wind is actually going to be hitting that state fair in a moment. The storm's rolling in now. You can see the wind picking up right on the outflow boundary. Storm is inside of Minneapolis. Rain is going to pick up. Visibility is going to go down quickly in the Minneapolis area within the next few minutes. This is a live shot at the state fair right now. All these people here are leaving, which is a good idea. And then these are the people that are probably going to be trying to go in for whatever reason. But this is one of the like entrances or exits to the state fair in Minneapolis, or just outside of Minneapolis in Falcon Heights. I don't know what that bird looking thing is right there, but interesting. But we'll have we're probably going to start to see the wind really pick up here at the state fair in a moment. Cannot tell what that bird thing is. Looks like it's like a horse. Why is it so pixelated? Cannot tell what that is. I don't know if anybody else can tell what that is. That thing going across the road. It looks like a bird. Can't tell. Alright, I'm getting more and more convinced that we have an unwarned tornado near Cedar. It's not really that impressive of a velocity signature, but the CC radar still matches up with there being possibly a tornado right now near East Bethel. Are there any cameras up here? I'll be honest, like, it really, I mean, you know, a few minutes ago, it didn't look super definitive, but it's becoming more definitive. It's right near East Bethel. And the only cameras or like live shots up there, they're all kind of looking at roads. They're not looking at anything. That right there to me looks like a tornado. There's no warning on it right now. This is the terminal radar site. Still kind of shows, not really a couplet, but it does show still some rotation. Definitely interesting. I'm kind of surprised there's no warning on that, because it honestly looks like it should be warned with the couplet that it has, and also the CC drop. It's going to be going right towards Bethel and North Branch, so I'd be in your safe place here in those areas just in case. Does not hurt to do so. By the way, just going to Connor real quick. He's inside of the storm. Back over in Minneapolis right now. He is literally in downtown Minneapolis. Pretty much, I'm guessing, in traffic. Definitely heavy rain. Wind has been picking up here. Wind has not yet picked up at the state fair, but I think it's about to. I'm just kind of waiting for that to happen. Thank you, Steven, for becoming a moderate Velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. Also, huge shout out to Crazy with the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. I'm glad I can help. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Gabriel, also for the super chat. Thank you, Lace, for the super chat. It's a low chance in that area.
All right, can't see the skyscrapers anymore.
I'm gonna be honest. This just as of the latest scan, this still looks like a tornado to me. Still has a couplet. just to the west of East Bethel. Couplet isn't like impressive, but it just matches up perfectly with a CC drop too. Check the terminal radar site. The terminal radar site kind of has that couplet too. There's no tornado warning or anything on that. Oh, these are the people leaving the state fair right now. Just kind of showing you guys real quick. Everybody's kind of walking out right now. I don't think the wind has really picked up here yet. There you go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I think it's this one. You have a new tornado warning for the Chisago County, Anoka, and in Santee counties in Minnesota. I think it's this storm. I'm pretty sure it's this storm right here near East Bethel. There you go. Yeah. All right. So we do have a new tornado warning now. Cambridge and west of North Branch. If you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Yeah, that... I honestly, I feel like this has been on the ground, though, for a while. We've had a CC drop on this for literally, like... I still think that's a tornado. Approaching Bethel. See if the velocities and everything matches up. I mean, this has been on the ground. If this is on the ground, it's been on the ground for like 15 minutes. It just wasn't super clear and obvious because the velocities weren't like tight, but like the CC, there's been a CC drop literally for who knows how long. It's been a while. It started near Andover at 4:25. So if there is a tornado, it's been on the ground for about 8 or 9 minutes near Bethel. Just waiting for velocities and radar to match up with that. But again, we likely have at least some sort of lowering, if not a tornado, back over near Bethel, Minnesota, moving northeast. What we're looking at here is the correlation coefficient. It does give us an idea if there's some sort of debris being lofted up into the atmosphere, perhaps a tornado. In this case, very possible that we have one right now in progress moving northeast near Bethel, and this is the latest CC scan. So it still appears as if that would be a tornado. We'll see what the velocities match up with here as well. It is currently moving northeast. And also, I think we may have a new tornado trying to develop near Bethel. I think the first tornado may have just occluded. I think we have a new tornado developing now near Bethel. This is on the western side. We've been talking about the two couplets for 10 or 15 minutes now. We at least talked about it a couple times. There's been two couplets that have been on the storm, and I think now the western couplet is coming together. We could get potentially even a stronger tornado out of that as that moves towards Cambridge and North Branch. So if you are in the pink polygon, definitely make sure that you're in your safe place. This is not a storm that's really letting up right now. We do have a damage report out of Albertville, Minnesota, of a light pole downed in Albertville. So just a report of damage there. Storms are currently rolling right throughout the state fair. This is a live shot. People are now running at the state fair. Again, not nearly as crazy as last time. Last time it was definitely a worse storm than this one. This one's producing 60-mile-per-hour winds approximately. The other one was producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. And that one was also producing hail. This is definitely not nearly as dramatic as last time, but there are still people at the state fair that are completely caught off guard, apparently. Had no clue the storm was coming today. I don't know what to tell you, but there is an enhanced risk of severe weather, so... I can get a good gauge of who actually uses a weather radar or even has like a person they watch for weather and who doesn't, just by going to an event like that. Like, just kind of feels like it. I feel like everybody that went to that event today just did not care about the weather whatsoever. It's the latest scan near Bethel. So rotation's definitely still trying to come together right now. By the way, this is a live shot looking at Minneapolis, which you can't see the towers anymore, but wind is picking up a little bit here. Fare refunds not likely. I don't know what to tell you. You wouldn't have paid for it in the first place if you just watched my video this morning. Like, I feel like this has been talked about, like, even the other day. I feel like it's been talked about several times. Thank you, Tyler, for the $5 super chat. Thank you also, Joe Ha, for the $4.99. The National Weather Service, in my opinion, has more resources than I have. I mean, I can tell you guys on radar what I'm looking at, but I mean, if I mean, I'm not going to just call them.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning in Pennsylvania. That's the second one today. What is happening in Pennsylvania? North of Lock Haven, near the Camel area. I don't see like anything on velocities, but it does have a hook. So if you're in this warning near Jersey Mills, Pennsylvania, and you so happen to be watching this stream, make sure that you're seeking shelter. We've had 2 tornado warnings in Pennsylvania now today. It is very interesting. We'll have another radar scan on this Minnesota tornado warning in a moment. Waiting for that new scan. This is a live shot here out of, again, Minneapolis. Wind is still going there. It is raining. I can confirm that there is rain in Minneapolis. You're welcome. I know it might be hard to tell, but it is raining. There's also traffic. There are cars on the road. I know. It's the details that matter. Lots of wind in Louisiana. Louisiana's had a couple days, I think, in a row now of just outflow boundary storms. Here's the latest scan. Strong velocities again going away from the radar, going towards the radar, still not super strong. This is still trying to come together near Bethel, near 65. We could get a stronger tornado this time around if this does actually develop. Not saying the first tornado wasn't strong, but could get a stronger one. Looks like we have a little couplet also on the northeast side of Minneapolis near Lino Lakes and Hugo. That's moving towards Stillwater. Storms are continuing to move through Minneapolis, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Currently the main concern. Tornado threat does still remain on the low side, but definitely not zero. This is a live shot again at the State Fair right now. People have their umbrellas out, handy dandy, ready to go. And guess what? Again, if they watched today's video, they would have known we're not going to the State Fair today. I don't know when the last day of the State Fair is, but I feel like you could have gone on a different day. How's it going, Silly? Welcome back. We're heading north out of Minneapolis right now. Yeah, if you're on the roads, I mean, this is Connor's view right now of being on the road right now in Minneapolis. 1, there's a lot of traffic. 2, it's raining.
I mean, right now we're just in the storm. So.
And 3, it's rush hour. It's really the worst time to be on the road right now if you're in Minneapolis.
Griffin, welcome to the Bears Cage, man. Thanks for becoming a member.
State Fair ends Monday. I mean, you got plenty of time to go, unless there's like cheaper tickets today. Still got inflow notch. Still got a hook on this storm as well. See what the velocity show on the scan. See if this is organizing or not. We were at the State Fair earlier today. Well, earlier today is not bad. If you're going, like, if anybody was planning on going, like, you know, 2 hours ago and, like, got there, I mean, they would have literally left just after getting there. But people are seeking shelter at the State Fair. Or were seeking shelter. Might still be seeking shelter. There's a lot of people at the State Fair, so. Waiting for velocities to update. Still got a couplet on the terminal radar site up there. We've been looking at a little bit of broad circulation too east of Minneapolis. Velocities are still a few minutes behind here. Waiting for them to update. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. It is free to do. We do live streams like this all the time for the Midwest, for basically the entire United States. Make sure to like the stream as well. It does help get this out to more people that are in the track of these storms. Alright, velocities should update here in a second. I think the latest scan's coming through. Will I be live on Friday? Are you talking about tomorrow? Probably not. It's a very small area, but I'll keep a close eye on it. This warning was just updated. It is still radar indicated, by the way. So, nothing confirmed as of right now. I do think there was a tornado before, but I don't think we have one right now. Rotation, though, again, right over the southeast side there of Asante, moving northeast towards Harris. So, again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. This thing could definitely drop a tornado again. Just has to reorganize. Still has a pretty good inflow notch. It's going to be going in the direction of Harris and just west of the North Branch area. Thank you, Justin, for the 10 gifted members. Appreciate the generosity. Put smarts in the chat for Justin, or W's in the chat for Justin. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Justin in the chat. Appreciate your generosity as always. Thank you, Joe Ha, for the $9.99 super chat. This year? You're talking about this year? 7-30, July 30th? I don't remember July 30th, to be honest. Appreciate the generosity again, Joha. Hail in Bloomington. Might be a little bit of hail, but it should be pretty much just cheese curd sized hail. I wouldn't expect anything larger than that. Thank you, Hunter, also for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. That little couplet that I was trying to develop is kind of going away again near Hugo. A little bit of a downburst wind area near Richfield right now as well. That's moving east, going towards Mendota and West St. Paul. An outflow boundary pretty much indicating that this should all be mostly wind going towards Cottage Grove and Egan, at least for right now. Tornado threat a little bit higher further north, especially just north of Minneapolis, where the warm frontal boundary kind of creates a little bit more wind shear. So in this environment here, we are definitely watching for a little bit more of a tornado threat back over in eastern Minnesota and back into western Wisconsin. See what the latest radar scan shows here. Thank you, Justin, for also becoming a 2-month VIP Velocity member. Tornado warning in northern Pennsylvania. Yeah, there's a tornado warning in Pennsylvania, but I mean, I'm shocked that we even had tornado warnings in Pennsylvania to begin with today. But I'm not really seeing any rotation. It had a hook on it, so I think that's why they warned it. But and there's even a little bit of rotation back over near Renovo. But it's just all weak. I mean, if we got a tornado in Pennsylvania for whatever reason today, it would probably be a brief spin up. It would probably be also a weak tornado. It's not a very favorable environment there for tornadoes today, despite there being rotation. I'll wait for the next scan here. If you guys do see any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, or if you have any photos that you've taken, you can also at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. People are still actively leaving the State Fair right now. So again, live at the State Fair, all those people that are running across the road are just walking. They are leaving. Their socks are probably drenched and flooded. They're probably miserable. And the people entering, they don't care. They don't care it's raining. Thank you, Dom, also for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. They're not miserable? I don't know, man. I don't know. By the way, we are only 5 subscribers away from 367,000 subscribers. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Parking alone is crazy expensive. That's usually how it goes with fairs and special events and stuff like that. I don't know what is going on up there. Looks like a lot of traffic coming into the State Fair, though. I think that guy's texting, or he's distracted, or they're parking, or they're doing some weird stuff. I don't know what's happening here. What is going on? Bro, what is happening here? This is very strange. What is happening? The camera can move, apparently. I'm just confused on what is happening here. Oh, there is another person running. Oh, now they're driving. What in the world is going on? More people are running across the road, cutting in front of cars. Like, this is the strangest thing ever. Oh, you got a fire truck. That's okay. That's why, I guess. Still very strange. And people are still not pulling over for the fire truck. I mean, write everybody a ticket, honestly, at this point. That was so confusing, though. I feel like it would have just been easier if everybody just went. Any tornadoes on the ground? We did have, I think, one tornado on this storm. Back near Oak Grove. But at this point, it looks like the rotation's been falling apart. I think we'll have another shot for a tornado. I think it's just going to take a little bit of time. Hey, Amelia for the super chat. We need clown music for this? That'd be so funny. Thank you, Joe Hoff, for the $4.99. It was this year. We spawned in time for the siren. It was rated EF1. That's crazy. At 2 a.m., that's actually pretty crazy. I don't know if I was live for that. I don't feel like I was, though. For late July. I don't feel like I was live much in the last couple weeks of July. Back to Connor Croft here for a moment.
Guys are just tuning in, and we're in downtown Minneapolis.
Just gotta fill my water.
Rush hour. Severe storm is right on top of us. The wind is in front of us.
Is Illinois gonna get hit? Illinois will get mostly just isolated wind tonight. The line should fall apart before getting there. Or it'll still be kind of like there. It just, I think it'll fall apart before it actually gets to like Chicago.
Another intercept later this evening.
Thank Jacob for the super chat. I go to the Minnesota State Fair just to people watch. I mean, hey, some people do that. We've been kind of doing that on this live stream, to be honest. How strong would the tornado be if one is possible? I don't think we're going to have much of a strong tornado threat. If we do get one, it would probably be up in here somewhere. It'd be near that warm front. I don't think we're going to see a strong tornado, though, unless, you know, again, something just pops out of this line. And, you know, like, I think the best chance would literally be up in this kink here that we have developed. And I think we may have had a tornado. Like, I legitimately think we did have a tornado for like 8 minutes. Back over in Ramsey, which this is about when that tornado possibly happened, multiple large trees were snapped in Ramsey, Minnesota, and also in Anoka, there's also multiple large trees uprooted near Highway 10, near Cutter's Grove. No mentioning of there potentially being a tornado. Maple Grove had a delayed report of two birch trees and several tree branches down in Maple Grove, and that was as of about 30 minutes ago. And a light pole was down in Albertville, which I think I already went over. And also just outside of Minneapolis, near Victoria, there was a tree and a power line down, blocking one lane on Highway 5. So, yeah. Interesting stuff. There was a CC drop, yeah. There was a CC drop on that storm. You know, I watched it, and like initially, I know B Smith, he's been pretty spot on whenever he super chats here, but he usually says stuff that I might not see. And that was one of them that I saw. It didn't look very convincing. It didn't look convincing until like 3 or 4 scans in. I mean, I can go back a little bit, but I'm not going to show everything. I'm just going to go back and show you the CC drop. Like, this was initially when there was a potential tornado on the ground. It looked way more definitive, though, north of Andover. And then you can kind of see that CC drop kind of continue. Like, this right here really was when it stood out to me. Like, the couple scans here really looked more like a tornado. Velocities did not look super tight. They just were strong enough. And then as this continued to move east, it kind of fell apart. But I do think we had a tornado on the ground probably for about 7 or 8 minutes back over just west of East Bethel.
This is an urgent alert.
And now it's upgraded to observed.
Seek shelter immediately.
So we do have a tornado on the ground, as of now observed, back over in Chisago County and Asante counties, near North Branch and Cambridge. So this warning was just upgraded, and it was observed by law enforcement near Cambridge, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Again, granted, the rotation is not tight, but if we do have a tornado, it would be located just to the southeast of Cambridge, just south of 95, approaching Harris, Interstate 35, and North Branch. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. There is a camera in North Branch, but it's looking at a road, so it's kind of useless. But if we have any view of anything, I'll let you know. But this was observed by law enforcement. Thank you, Jazz, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Dibble, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Appreciate that. Alright. Actually, this right here might be the tornado. Yeah, if this is indeed on the ground, it'd be this right here. You're going to see it update in a second, too. So that couplet going towards Spring Lake, Stark, and eventually Harris. And the Peaceful Valley Mobile Home Park will also be in the path of this storm activity as this moves northeast. You are not welcome. Wow. Thank you, Jacob, also for gifting member. Appreciate that. No CC drop, but that would be your tornado. Right there, going towards North Branch in Minnesota.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado
All right.
is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We do have a new tornado warning on this storm. It is still observed, so this is still a confirmed tornado, which it was just upgraded moments ago, but we do have a tornado on the ground. Again, back over west of North Branch. They have issued an extension for this tornado warning as this goes towards the Rush City area near I-35 near Harris. So if you are traveling along I-35 between Pine City and the Chisago City areas of Minnesota, be alert and try to avoid the area, as we at least have an RFD surge, but potentially even a tornado still on the ground moving in that direction towards I-35. This new warning does include Polk County, Wisconsin, and as well as Chisago County, Minnesota. Which, again, if we have a tornado, it's going to be approaching Spring Lake. See what the velocities look like here in a second. Check cameras. I mean, I'm looking for cameras. We only got like 2 in the area, and they are, one's looking at a road and not loading, and then yeah, they're kind of pointless up here, unfortunately. There's a camera further north near like Pine City, I think, or Mills Creek, which is way up here. That we're gonna see anything from up there. This could even be a bit more of a rain wrap tornado now. Because the tornado is like embedded in here. It's embedded in a lot of precipitation now. Just west of North Branch. Is it going to go PDS? It's too hard to tell because we don't have, one, really a great radar presentation of it. And 2, this is observed. And so this isn't like a tornado that we've definitely seen on radar. We saw it earlier on radar, I think, but a little bit harder to tell. I mean, you can kind of see the terminal radar site really came together on the velocities. It's a little bit broader now. Let me check out the base velocities here. Go to tilt 2 and tilt 3. Yeah, there's definitely circulation in the mid to upper levels of this storm. Definitely more rotation in like the clouds. Like this is again 10,000 plus feet off the ground, what we were just looking at. There's definitely at least a lowering or some spin in the clouds. Too hard to tell really by radar if this is still on the ground. Could have just been a brief tornado or something like that. It could still be on the ground. So just, you know, take the warning seriously. Continue to stay in your safe place. This will continue to move to the northeast. Thank you, Squirtle, for the 5 gift to members. Appreciate that. If you got a gift to membership, make sure to thank Squirtle in the chat. Appreciate the 15 total gift to members now, or 16. All right. This is from the Chisago County Sheriff. This is what it looks like on this storm, and this is again observed. It is almost undoubtedly a rain-wrapped tornado somewhere in there. We don't know where, but it's almost undoubtedly a rain-wrapped tornado. This is definitely going to be some sort of high precip situation. Nice tinge of blue there, by the way. Some of the water droplets refracting or reflecting. All right, this is the latest from the National Weather Service of Twin Cities. Law enforcement confirmed a tornado that touched down east of Asante and has now lifted. That's as of 3 minutes ago from the National Weather Service of Twin Cities. So, even though it says observed on here, they have, at least for now, said that this is no longer on the ground. But it could drop again, so stay in your safe place if you're in the warning. I want to quickly go over to Brandon Kopic, who's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. This is his view currently of the storm.
What a view.
He's a little bit behind the storms now because he was helping with the tree, but he's just behind them near the Shako P area, just south of Minneapolis. Nice little view of that storm. If the trees go away, you'll probably see it a bit better. There you go. Better view. Nice little storm there.
Look at that.
Big rain shaft there, too.
That is gorgeous. Like a freaking microburst in progress.
Shako P, thank you. All right, we'll wait for the next radar scan here. Come on, Max. What are you saying come on, Max, for? What's the problem? I didn't eat cheese curds today, so I can't be blamed for that. How are the folks doing at the State Fair? We can check in real quick. What the State Fair looks like right now. Looks pretty okay. I mean, the roads are wet. It rained. There wasn't a whole lot of wind. This was not as crazy as a few days ago. Still got people going back to their cars, but there is lightning in the area, so people are probably still trying to get back and just leave now. Hey, B. Smith for the super chat. The Mound City, South Dakota tornado was rated an EF2 tornado. So yesterday, if you guys were at our live stream yesterday, again, according to B. Smith, it was an EF2 tornado in Mound City yesterday, which we were again live for. If you want to watch back those tornadoes, we had multiple live shots of those tornadoes yesterday. You can go back to my live stream from yesterday, back over in South Dakota, and we even had a tornado in North Dakota. It was definitely a wild 4-hour stream. Especially in the last 2 hours. It got crazier as we got closer to like 8. What do you think the threat is for western Iowa? Should be mostly wind. I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado, but this looks like a very messy setup. I really highly doubt we're going to get anything really that organized here. But yeah. Doesn't look too concerning right now. Do have some live Radar Omega cyclone ports. One in Iowa. This is a live shot back over in northwest Iowa at a lake. And then we also have one back over in Nebraska, but I think the main core of that storm activity is already gone. We even have one back over in Kansas. We actually have one back over just outside of Kansas City. A couple of little updrafts kind of trying to pop here, little popcorn storms back over near Kansas City. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, you can watch all those cyclone ports in the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. That is the app that we're currently using. If you need a radar for your phone, if you're on iOS or Android, you can check that out with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Highly recommend it. Comes with live cameras, live storm chasers, all that sort of stuff. By the way, this is the report that we had. This is as of 4:45, so 16 minutes ago in Asante, Minnesota. Law enforcement confirmed tornado touchdown and has since lifted near the intersection of Durant Street and County Road 5 east of Asante. So that's the latest there. Radar Omega is a one-time purchase, and you get a lot of the features, but if you want more features, there is a subscription part of it. They have 3 different tiers, and you can get more features with it, like satellite imagery, computer models, and stuff like that will come with the subscriptions, Jake. But it is just a one-time purchase for a lot of the features that are in the app. How do I share a photo? You can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, that's preferred. You can always at me on Facebook too, or message me on Facebook, but I don't always look at those. As of right now, this is still an observed tornado warning, even though I do think it is lifted. We still have rotation for sure, at least a big surge of wind near North Branch, approaching I-35. They have just downgraded it back to radar indicated, so it is no longer a confirmed tornado. But if you're in Rush City, near I-35, continue to stay in your safe place as this continues to move to the northeast. Thank you, Corey, and as well as Amelia for becoming members, and welcome to the Velocities. We're going to stay zoomed down until the next scan. Further reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. It is free to do. Like the stream also. It does help get this out to more people. It's been a busy last few days. We were live Monday. We were live yesterday. We've been live today. 3 of the last 4 days we went live, which is kind of crazy to think. I only thought we'd be live like maybe twice this week. We've been live 3 times. Not ruling out a live stream tomorrow too, so it's been active. Thank you, Edwin, for the super chat. I don't know where that is, but I mean, at this point, the main concern for Minnesota is not really winding down, but it's kind of moving more into Wisconsin now. At this point, like if you're in like southeast Minnesota, we could see some damaging winds, maybe a brief spin up. The greatest concern for severe weather will be predominantly going into Wisconsin here soon. We could still see an isolated severe storm in the northern side of the state, but damaging winds and isolated hail, the main concerns. And the tornado risk should be pretty low. Hey, Dylan, for the $2 Venmo. Honestly, like anything that's firing off out in front of the line or out in front of the outflow boundary should just be mostly elevated like hail and wind events. But yeah, I mean, the stuff in Iowa just isn't really that impressive. Like, even though there's a lot of stuff firing out in front of the line, it's just, I don't think any of that's going to be really tornadic. I think if anything, we could get something maybe with one of these storms near New Richmond, but I'm not super confident that that environment is that favorable for these little discrete cellular storms that have developed. Thank you, Jazz, for the super chat. Should be mostly wind for Iowa. It's because you started school? I mean, that too. Started college, 3 live streams in the last 4 days. It's been a grind. By the way, if you didn't watch my video today, highly recommend you do if you want to check out the tropics. I do think we are going to have a hurricane within the next week and a half in the Caribbean, or even perhaps going towards the Gulf of Mexico. The tropics are about to heat up in a big way, so definitely recommend you check that out. Today's video, again, talking about that. Talked about it for like 2 minutes at the end, so you can skip to the end and see that. But yeah, it's gonna get active here pretty soon. So if you're anywhere near the Gulf Coast or you have a vacation plan, definitely keep that in mind as we go into September. We have 70-mile-per-hour winds right now near Eagan, going towards Cottage Grove, southeast of Minneapolis. I'm gonna see if we have any live cams here. Got a big surge of wind right now near Eagan. We have a few live cams. I'm going to try to pull up one, so give me 1 second here. There are several live cams in this area. We have a big downburst wind event happening here. Approaching Cottage Grove. Stay away from windows again if you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. Whoa, yeah, it is windy. Look at this. Just a second ago, it even looked crazier. Look how windy it is right now. The rain is blowing left to right, and it's definitely windy here. Big downburst winds right to the southeast of Minneapolis. This is just approaching Cottage Grove right now. This is definitely going to be a big wind event down here. I mean, this is probably 70-mile-per-hour winds, if not even closer to 80. There are several cameras. I'm just trying to see if we have another view of this somewhere. Yeah, we have another view. This is right where this is happening. This is on US 52, by the way, on 70th Street. It's at least 60 for sure. It definitely wouldn't shock me if it's over 70, though. This is not a tornado, by the way. This is just wind. Wind's starting to calm down just a little bit now. Our wind is definitely starting to calm down. That was right here somewhere. It's like one of these roads. Looks like we have street flooding, too. Look at this. There's actually street flooding by the looks of it. A little bit of street flooding. Might just be poor drainage. Near Yankee Doodle Road. Yeah, we have this big area of wind near the Route 55 area. This is also a live shot where this wind is. Look at this. You got flooding, and you got a little bit of street flooding, but you also got the wind blowing that water away from the camera. You can kind of see that a little bit. These ones are definitely at least 60. I wouldn't be surprised again if they're 70 plus. I do know where Egan is now, thank you. Yeah, we are literally talking about Egan as we speak. This is another view. Again, this is definitely 60 plus. A little bit more wind here. This is a little bit more north of where we were just at, but still on Minnesota 3 near I-494. So obviously this should give you a pretty good visual that you should at least stay away from windows if you are currently in this area. It looks like that downburst wind may have just kind of fizzled out, but it's definitely a little bit weaker. Actually, it's still kind of there. It's right over 52. And the cameras are just shaking like crazy right now. Some of them just have low visibility, which is making it tough to find a good camera. This is, I mean, guys, this is definitely 70. This has to be 70. Look how windy it is. This is very strong downburst winds. I don't think it's a microburst, but I just think it's really strong 70 plus mile per hour winds right now near Egan. Watch for those trucks too. That truck is driving right into this wind right now. It's going sidewards too. The truckers have to be careful in this area. This is right on US 52, which is where the core of the wind currently is. And it is absolutely ripping out here. Could definitely see some trees fall from this wind. Is this amount of severe weather common for Minnesota? This time of the year, yes. It's more common in, like, this time of year, like August and September, and even July. We didn't really have a whole lot, though, in July, for the most part. Our wind's gotten a little bit calmer there. Again, that wind is going to be approaching 1061 next. And it's also near I-494. Trying to see if we have any other shot of this. This is another shot right here. This is right on MN 55. It's on 52 southbound. Right in this area as well. This is the leading edge of the storm right here. At the very top of your screen. Wind's picking up as well. Crazy wind right now in this area. And by the way, this tornado warning might just get canceled. The rotations become very broad there. A little bit of rotation, maybe trying to develop with those little discrete cells that develop near the town of Star Prairie, near New Richmond. So we'll be watching those closely as those continue to track to the north. They'll probably end up merging with these storms here, or this line of thunderstorms here pretty soon. But the worst of the wind right now, just south of St. Paul, we have some strong downbursts approaching Newport, and it will be approaching the terminal radar site near Woodbury. Again, this is a live shot right now on 52 southbound. With the leading edge of this storm activity in addition to some of the wind. The wind will pick up a bit more probably here in a moment. Yes, Connor is stuck in traffic. Everybody pretty much is stuck in traffic. Do you do any blizzard forecasts for Minnesota? I do like snowstorm forecasts. Yeah, we do videos for that stuff and sometimes live streams to talk about it. My buddy in Egan has his sliding door open and now has wet socks. Said he had multiple 3 to 4 foot branches down in his yard. Yeah, it doesn't really surprise me with how strong the winds have been. Do appreciate the super chat. Yeah, that's not something that you want to do is go walk outside. Let's just have the slider door open. Get the socks all wet. Sounds like a great time. How's the bench doing? Guys, we don't have a camera of the bench anymore. I'm sorry to break it to you. We do not have a view of that bench anymore. I wish we did, but we don't. It's a very sad time. I love your new setup. I do too. I love it. Guys, you guys don't understand. I don't know if you guys, I mean, some of you probably have only been here, you know, today onto our live stream. So I just want to show you guys the difference of our studio setup because it is just so different. I posted this a couple days ago. I'm going to show you guys real quick. It's crazy. Wherever it is. This is bonkers, all right? This used to be what our streaming setup was, for those that are wondering. We had a laptop and a monitor that went into the laptop. This was it. I know, right? It looks amazing. This is what it looks like now. It looks like a full-blown operation. We actually have more monitors than this now. This is a bit of an older photo. We have like 8 monitors now. We have 2 laptops, an actual computer. It's crazy how different it is now compared to what it used to be. And that, by the way, that photo, the first photo you saw, that was May of this year. So even during some of the Outbreak streams, we only had that setup. Like, there was nothing else other than that. So. It's crazy. Crazy how far it's come. Alright, looks like the worst of those downburst winds starting to fizzle out a little bit more. I think the wind threat was just brief. At least, like, the high wind threat, it was a pretty quick, like, maybe even a microburst, wouldn't rule it out. We have some rotation by the looks of it near Star Prairie right now. So we'll have to watch that closely. Just a little cell up here, a little bit of circulation. We'll have to watch that in Wisconsin. They have gone ahead, by the way, that tornado warning is done. So we are back down to no tornado warnings. Need more monitors, always need more. And we basically have 8 now. It's gotten pretty crazy. Busiest weather streamer I know. I mean, I'm pretty darn busy. Especially with college. It's definitely not easy. This is from Brad out of Egan, Minnesota. A few moments ago. Definitely very windy here. Just moments ago again. This is when we had that possible microburst, or at least just the strong damaging winds. Sheesh. The wind was whipping. Do a little retweet of that on Twitter. Again, we'll be posting updates and photos and videos on Twitter. Make sure to follow us there at MaxVelocityWX. Again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. It is the red button. You can subscribe to the channel. We'll keep you posted with the latest. With severe weather coverage whenever needed across the Midwest especially, but really the entire country. And we'll have we obviously do daily videos and all that. Thank you, Jeff, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Probably not gonna make it. I mean, Eau Claire 90 miles is, I thought, was further. Eau Claire, you'll probably get storms. It should be mostly a wind threat, but tornado threat should be pretty low. That's what it looks like for the rest of this evening, just for reference. Our tornado threat will continue probably until about 8 or 9 o'clock. These are the tornado parameter values for tonight. This tornado threat will still be in place really for the next several hours, and that's why we're probably going to be live here for a while. I don't think this is anywhere near done yet. But our tornado threat will move into parts of predominantly southeastern Minnesota, western Wisconsin, perhaps near Eau Claire, and this will kind of drag itself down into southwestern Wisconsin by about 9 tonight. Tornado threat is very low to 0, though, after about 10 o'clock, anywhere in eastern Iowa, southwest Wisconsin, or northwest Illinois. I don't think we're going to see any tornado threat really after like 8 or 9 tonight, so I think our main concern really will be over the next few hours. And this is what the future radar looks like. So this will be predominantly just a line of thunderstorms by about 8 o'clock tonight across Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, and there will be some storms in Kansas and Nebraska. Those should be pretty much just isolated wind, if anything. By 10 to 11 o'clock, the line of storms continues to move east. I think by 10, this is just a wind threat, and even then, it should be a pretty low risk. Tornado threat should be pretty close to 0. And then overnight, this will approach Chicago. I think this will fall apart before getting to Chicago, but we could see at least an isolated threat for gusty winds in like the Chicago area, but that'll be like very late tonight into tomorrow morning. So that's what I'm thinking right now for the long term. By the way, we have 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. You might be thinking, where are they? Well, we have apparently 1 in Texas and Oklahoma. We have 1 in Arkansas. We have 1 in Florida. We have 1 over in North Carolina. We have 1 in West Virginia. We got a few in Virginia. We got 1 in Maryland with, wow, this one's actually 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds apparently near Fredericksburg. And we also have 1 near Cumberland. So that's where a lot of the warnings are. We also had tornado warnings in Pennsylvania earlier. So it's been a little bit interesting. We really only have 2 with this line of storms aside from what's happening down in Iowa. So that warning counter is correct. It is not misleading. Even though they're all kind of all over the place. Thank you, Fast Paced for the $5 super chat. Yeah, the wind was definitely, I mean, that was basically hurricane force winds. That looked crazier than Debbie. That wind that just happened outside of Minneapolis, that looked crazier than Debbie. You watched our stream of Debbie making landfall. It was very underwhelming when it came to wind. The storm surge was pretty crazy, though, so. Brandon has a good view, does he? Wow. Actually, they both do. Let's go to Brandon Kopic. Again, he's on the YouTube, or on YouTube, and also on the Radar Omega app. And you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below to watch both Brandon Kopic and as well as Corey Gherkin, which Corey also has quite the view right now.
What the hell are you doing?
They are both back down on the southern side of this line, south of Minneapolis. Thank you, Michelle, for becoming a 3-month member. I do not consider Pittsburgh to be in the Ohio Valley, personally. I really only consider, like, Ohio and Tennessee and Kentucky and, like, Indiana. Maybe Western Pennsylvania. Maybe, like, Western Pennsylvania. Thank you, Vex, for the $4.99. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate the super chat. Any trampolines on trees? I bet there are. I haven't seen any reports yet of trampolines being on the tall trees on this Thursday. Tossing trampolines on tall trees Thursday.
Might head towards
back to Brandon Kopic. Pretty good view of the storm right now.
Look at that precip. Look at that core. Just look at it.
Remember the bench? Yeah, we had a whole bench march too. We had the bench march for the Hurricane Debbie. Pretty funny. Go back to live radar. Back to Corey as well once he's back with a good view. He had a pretty good view there a moment ago. All right, let me see. Hey, I'm gonna keep it honest with you guys. I've seen this message, I think, 3 or 4 times. Let me do this real quick. Let's do... One moment, please. I don't know how to do this. Give me 1 second. This type of spamming, guys, like... This is like 10 messages all in the last, like, 20 minutes. Will the weather be bad in Alabama? Come on. Thank you, Carol, for the $2 super chat. The Ohio River starts in downtown Pittsburgh. Does it? I guess you're in the Ohio Valley, then. Oh my god, now we got everybody asking. Everybody's asking now. Yeah, there isn't any tornado possible labels anymore. Just back to severe thunderstorm warnings. Thank you, by the way, to anybody that's super chatted or become a member. Appreciate your support. Thank you to all of our members of the channel. These streams would not be possible without you guys. I really do appreciate it. Thank you to anybody that's subscribed as well. We are getting very close, actually, to 368,000 subscribers. So I do appreciate anybody that's subscribed as well to the channel. On the road to 500K, apparently. We're back up to 20 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. Again, a lot of them are not even where we're talking about really today. I mean, most of them are back down in, like, random places like Virginia, Maryland, and Alabama. Well, we got one in Alabama. I need to check in on Alabama real quick. Because, you know, Ninja was talking about Northeast Alabama. Is it concerning this weekend? Well, we do have a storm near Birmingham that's apparently severe with 60-mile-per-hour winds. So, it's not Northeast Alabama, but we do got some stuff out there. All right. Hatch down the trampolines. Hashtag trampoline awareness. Somebody just said in my chat, Australia looks hot. What does that have to do with anything that we are talking about? Back to Corey Gherkin. Corey has a pretty good view. You're going to see it in a second of that southern storm just south of Minneapolis.
I've got Rochester in the GPS, just FYI.
Bada bing, bada boom. Little view of that storm right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what it looks like as I go further south.
Did Corey get Starlink? I don't think so, did he?
But I still got like a half hour before I even.
Does Corey have Starlink? Does anybody know? So. Corey Gherkin have Starlink? I know Brandon did, but Brandon Kopic's Starlink got ripped off his roof from that tornado yesterday. You Jacob for the super chat. How long without Diet Coke? We're almost on a month. 29 days right now. Corey Gherkin has a Starlink. I did not know that. A better haircut. LOL, I love this channel. I don't think there's anything funny about that. My haircut is fine, thank you. There's been a lot of haircut and hairline slander recently, and it will not be tolerated. I mean, after my stream yesterday, this is what I pulled up. This is the first thing I saw after my stream yesterday. Like, dude, come on, guys. My hairline is not that bad. It's not a cold frontal boundary. Thank you, friend in Florida, for the $10 super chat. Hey, you could probably go sit on the bench if you're in Florida. It's back over, I don't know where it was, but it was like near Cedar Key. Thank you, Genie, for becoming a 3-month member. I have noticed a difference. I actually eat healthier now for whatever reason. Like, I haven't been going to like McDonald's or anything like that recently. I've only gone once, I think, in the last like month. I was going like almost every day, I felt like, in the last few months before that. I actually got groceries too, which is shocking. I know, might shock a lot of you. I didn't buy groceries for like 4 months. It's a long stretch. Look at the rotation on that hairline. There's no rotation on my hairline. Please. I'm vulnerable. My boyfriend is losing his hair. I don't love him, or I don't love him less. Well, that's good. At least, I mean, if your boyfriend's here and you said something else, then, you know, you might be cooked. So, it's good to keep that secret. Max from grocery fund has to start again? Hey, it might have to. We're getting groceries again. I know. It's crazy stuff. Thank you, Butt, for becoming a 1-month member. Hey, I agree with that. I agree. They're just jealous. Jealous of the perfect hairline. It's perfect. Thank you, Tracy, for the $5 super chat. I feel like we've had the topic of you barely being able to boil water. I know how to boil water, guys. Please. I'm not that bad at cooking. Alright? I burn grilled cheese sandwiches sometimes, but one of those things is not knowing how to boil water. Thank you, Flash, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Flash. Appreciate the generosity. Put some W's in the chat for Flash. Why are you even cooking? Knock it off. Wow. You want me to live a healthier lifestyle? I guess I have to go back to McDonald's. That's what April just said. McDonald's every day. Here we come. New members only video. Can you cook better than a 5th grader? I probably can't, honestly. I think a 5th grader would do better. You have a new damage report coming out of Egan. Maple tree snapped near its base. It's the latest over there. Thank you, Milky, for the super chat. I don't know what that even means, but I appreciate the super chat. Well, that got personal. What's wrong with McDonald's? Just can't have it. I haven't had it in a while. Ayo, you got a square face. Get some round glasses. What? I have a square face? It's not that. No, it's a little bit squarey, I guess. I don't know. He's right, though. McDonald's is bad. You eat McDonald's like every day. And you still go to McDonald's. It's crazy behavior. Exceeding Hairline Friday? We're keeping Flying Fences Friday. We're not renaming Friday. There's no shot. No shot we're renaming Friday. I like Friday's name. Thank you, that one guy, for becoming a 4-month member. Looks... Bro. The flaming of the hairline's getting out of hand. McDonald's has the best Diet Coke. That's why I went to McDonald's so much, honestly. It actually does have good Diet Coke. Like, a lot of carbonation, and like the straw or something does something special. I don't know. Some weird stuff happening at McDonald's. Will McDonald's be bad in Alabama? Bruh. How many subs for a shaved head stream? Guys, we're not shaving my head. Northward moving outflow boundary. Jokes incoming. No, absolutely not. What does the chat summary say? I don't think the chat summaries are working. I could be wrong. I haven't seen them recently. Then you account for the $2 super chat. How did you like the HelloFresh order you got a while back? The only HelloFresh order I got, the first one I got, all the meat and stuff was warm. Like, the ice basically melted. The second one I was supposed to get got lost in transit, so I just gave up. Thank you, James Pettis, for the $2 super chat. Dude, stop with the... My hairline looks fine. Thank you, Charles, for the very generous $20 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Yeah, final year of meteorology is definitely going to be hard, especially the first semester here. Hopefully the second semester isn't as bad. Hopefully. Live stream from Waffle House. Dude. I'm not streaming from Waffle House. I've actually never had Waffle House. Waffle House has not been in my catalog of places I've gone in my life. HelloFresh is horrible? Wow. That's disrespectful. I don't really know how it tastes. I mean, I've had it before, but like not recently. I couldn't even have it. Denny's live stream when? I don't think I've ever been to Denny's either. Thank you, Tech, for the $9.99 super chat. I'm gonna be honest, I have no clue. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. But I do appreciate the super chat. Like, I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know. Waffle House is mid. Don't waste your time. I would have to say it is probably pretty mid, just by how cheap the prices are. Grow out a mullet. Give Connor a run for his money. I'm not growing out a mullet. This chat is literally going crazy about Denny's for some reason. Denny's and Waffle House, like, I've never had either. I'm pretty sure I haven't been. I may have been to Denny's like when I was like 1 or something. Love the awful waffle. What? That's a name for a waffle. The awful waffle. Can I order the awful waffle, please? Get it with some sour cream. Like, it sounds horrendous. I'm not doing a mohawk. No. Get that gritty haircut. Speaking of gritty, if we get 20 members, I'll do a gritty today. I didn't do a gritty last stream. What in the world is going on? I couldn't tell you. Buffalo Wild Wings stream when? I actually had B-dubs recently. When Storminator Media was here in Florida, we went to B-dubs. It smacked. It was pretty good. No sour cream slander? Who's eating sour cream with a waffle? I would love to know. The Milky for the super chat. I don't know what even is that haircut. I gotta look it up. Thank you, Echo, for becoming a 2-month member. Appreciate that. Dude, I'm not getting a haircut like that. I'm not getting an R9 haircut. That looks horrendous. No shot. That's not happening anytime soon or ever. Sour cream eating stream when? I'm not eating sour cream. I don't even like sour cream. It looks disgusting. Max versus Connor Croft cooking competition, please. If we do a cooking competition, there's just no way I'm winning by any margin. I would probably get a 1 out of 10 if we had judges. It would be the worst thing ever. I don't even know what I would cook. I'd probably just cook a grilled cheese, put some bacon on it, and call it a day. Thank you, Native, for the super chat. I don't know who that is, but I appreciate the super chat. Actually, I'm gonna look this person up too. Dude, his hairline does not look good. What do you mean? At least I have a hairline. They stream for the super chat. You have a Buzz Lightyear costume in your mailbox? There's no shot. I don't think I even have any packages right now. I haven't got notified. Thank you, Jordan, for the super chat. Chicago suburbs will probably not have much tomorrow. Quickly go to the future radar for today and tomorrow. Yeah, I don't even have any mail in my mailbox right now. This is what tomorrow looks like. I don't think we're gonna have anything really in Chicago. I think our only threat for legit severe weather will be like Eastern Michigan, and it'll be like an hour long. So live stream very unlikely tomorrow, unless for whatever reason these storms decide to go a bit crazy near Detroit. There is a 2% tornado risk over there, but it does not look very live streamable right now. Members only cooking stream would be fun. Fun for you guys. Not fun for me. I'm not wearing a Buzz Lightyear costume. There's no shot. Thank you, CM, for becoming a 2-month member. Thank you, Tech, also for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you also, Quick, for the £8 super chat. I nearly lifted a discarded crisp packet. What's that even mean? Talking about ketchup? And definitely wobbled Bumblebee confirmed. From 6 mile/hour winds. Are we talking about ketchup packets? I need to know in the chat, who eats ketchup with chips? I need to know. With plain potato chips. Does anybody do that? I want to know. Thank you, Elizabeth, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Dakota, there's no shot you do. You just said yes, there's just no way. You do not. I'm honestly gonna do a poll for this. We need the answer. If you eat French fries with ketchup and you're saying ew, you need to figure out what's going on, because like it's literally the same thing but better. Thank you, James Petus, for the $5 super chat. Dude, your hairline is so far back and archaeologists couldn't find it. That's a violation. Thank you, Larry, for the $9.99. How about if we fund a mullet? I'm not growing out a mullet. I'm not doing what Connor does. There's just no way. With Florida heat and humidity, there would be no way I could do that. Thank you, Pimp, for the super chat. All right, 33% of you eat chips with ketchup. All right. Those are pretty good numbers. Peter's just said I'm out of money now, bro. This guy super chats, tries to flame me about my hairline and is out of money. What a guy. Cheese fries with hot sauce. All right, now that sounds disgusting. Is this a British chat or what? What? This is not British. This is definitely English. This chat is going so fast. I don't even know what's happening anymore. This stream went from so weather-related to so off-topic so fast. It was the biggest downfall we've ever had. It's a texture issue? There's nothing wrong with chips and ketchup. There's no texture issue there. How are the tropics looking? Check out my video today. I have more details on it. I talked about it near the end of the forecast. Definitely recommend you check it out there. Thank you, Larry, for the super chat. French fries with mustard. What? Now that is disgusting. That's like eating chips with mustard. That's just awful. That's an awful combo. Max has ketchup in his water bottle. That is false. I do not have ketchup in my water bottle. Mustard on a hot dog. I had mustard on a hot dog one time and I almost threw up. That was the worst experience ever. Mustard is just not it. Thank you, Kathy, for becoming a member and welcome to the Velocities. You get back to talking about the storm. There isn't really much to talk about right now. I mean, there's no severe storms anymore in Nebraska or in Iowa. And even if there was, it would just be for wind. We had storms here near Kansas City. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone port. Not really much happening here either. Just some updrafts that have kind of struggled to actually come together. The East Coast is really the only area that actually has pretty active weather right now, and it's all just wind and hail. I'm not really seeing anything out of the ordinary there. Thank you, Scott, for the super chat. How's it going, Jocelyn? Fries dipped in a chocolate shake. It sounds like somebody would do that at like Sonic or something. The main event that we went live for was the Minneapolis stuff, and it's pretty mid at this point. There actually is a little bit of circulation that developed back over south of Hastings, but still not much. Still watching to see if something happens. I mean, again, we're going to be live here for a little bit just to make sure nothing really pops off. So we'll stay live if something does appear a bit more tornadic. Mostly just wind otherwise, though. Alright. Chips and gravy. No, that sounds awful. Further reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. It is free to do. Like the stream as well. Thank you, Samantha, for becoming a moderate Velocity member. Do appreciate that. And welcome to the Velocities. We are only 500 subscribers currently from 368,000. Make sure to subscribe if you're new to the channel. Also, if you want to become a member of the channel, it is the top link, or one of the top links in the description down below. You get benefits like a chat badge, bloopers access. We have a very funny bloopers video for members only. You can check that out if you become a member. Memberships start from as little as $2.99 a month. Links down below. It's also the join button. Also, today's stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. You can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Comes with tons of features like the live radar, storm chasers. You got live cameras across the entire country, especially back over in the southeast. And in addition to that, comes with computer model data and satellites. If you become a subscriber in the app, there are 3 different subscription tiers that start from as little as $4.99 a month. Definitely recommend you check those out with additional features. You can check it out with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. And thank you to Menacing for the $5 donation. I do appreciate that. There's ketchup flavored chips. I've actually heard of that. I have not tried them, I don't think. I'd rather just eat ketchup with chips. It just is way better. Hey, Jacob, for the super chat. Do you like poutine? I've never actually had poutine before. There is a tornado possible label in Pennsylvania, but I'm not really seeing much here. It doesn't really look that impressive. Were there any tornadoes today? We at least had one, but probably 2 or 3. Mainly just north of Minneapolis. A little bit earlier in the stream. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. The risk for localized damage gig wind and wind gusts and perhaps a brief tornado may persist for another hour or 2 but before waning by 9 o'clock. So I've never actually seen a typo on an SBC mesoscale discussion, but there you go. There is a typo. By 8 to 9. How do I join Discord? The link is in the description down below. I haven't plugged this in a while, but don't forget, if you want to pick up a piece of merch from shopmaxvelocity.net, you can. We have Drunk NATO merch. We have Max Velocity merch, Max Hydration merch. Definitely recommend you check it out. And again, if you don't know what a Drunk NATO is, that's what it looks like, top right of your screen. Definitely recommend you pick one of these up. Shopmaxvelocity.net, the link is in the description. It'll also be in the chat. But that is a Drunk NATO. We actually had a couple of Drunk NATOs yesterday. Got my Max Velocity hoodie, super comfy. That's awesome. I do not have a Max Velocity shirt on today. I usually would. The problem is I don't want to be recognized at college. So there you go. Trying to avoid wearing that right now. You get poutine at Epcot. Yeah, I've never had it before. I mean, I've seen it before. I just haven't had it. Never really had a craving to get it. There is a zip up. Yes, there is. There is a zip up hoodie just in time for the fall. You see some of the videos from storm chasers yesterday? We had literally people on our stream yesterday, chasers, that were intercepting tornadoes. But I did see some of the videos after the fact too. By the way, our merch is international shipping, so if you are in a different country, I had somebody ask earlier, but it does go to like the UK and stuff as well. So, just throwing that out there. Oh, got a looks like a crash. This is Brandon Kopic again on YouTube and Radar Omega. Somebody hydroplaned, I think, off the road. It looks like everybody's okay. But it looks like somebody maybe hydroplaned off the road. Good reminder to take it slow on the roadways, especially with how wet it is across Minnesota and Wisconsin. It does appear as everybody's okay. I don't see any like major damage or anything. I usually would show anything like that, but just looks like a spin out or something like that. What's the risk with these storms? At this point, mostly wind. Could see an isolated tornado or two before this winds down by about like 8 or 9 across both Wisconsin and Minnesota. Still watching for a wind threat, though, even beyond now. It's just the threat of severe weather in general is definitely a little bit lower than before. So we'll keep a close eye if anything does happen, though. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Bruh. Yeah. It's like a hurricane outside my house. I'm surprised there's no severe thunderstorm warning on this right here near the terminal radar site. The velocities on the terminal radar site were pretty high. No warning on this. Copyright strike, imagine. Happy birthday, Doug. Yeah, Connor has actually a pretty good view right now of this shelf cloud. Look at that right there. I'll leave it on Connor for a second. I'll be back in like 60 seconds.
There we go, boom. That's why we grinded it out, chat, because look at that. Look at that beautiful shelf. That's why we did it.
That is impressive. Look at that structure. Completely off topic, but for those that live in Oklahoma, there is a grocery tax. I had no clue that there was a grocery tax in any state. I didn't know they actually had taxes on groceries. By the way, Brandon is saying the driver's fine and all that, so just letting you guys know.
Look at that, chat.
Thank you, Mason, for becoming a 3-month member.
Look at that.
Should be mostly just isolated hail and wind. That's really about it. But even then, I don't really expect much severe weather over there. Should be mostly just strong storms. I had no clue they actually had a such thing as a grocery tax. I thought it was just like a country-wide thing where they didn't tax on groceries. They actually have grocery taxes in Alabama and Pennsylvania, apparently. But apparently they just got rid of it in Oklahoma. So, I just saw it on my Facebook feed. Is a grocery tax not normal? I didn't think so. Did not think so. Oklahoma has a tornado tax? Wow. Now that's something. Yeah, I don't know when the grocery tax ends. I just saw something about it like it's going away. Who knows when. Just thought it was interesting. No problem, Mason. No problem at all.
That's a beaut. I'm gonna get out ahead of it again. That's a beaut. Gonna roll out back out ahead of it.
I live in California. Don't even get me started with taxes.
I had no idea how bad
I won't get you started. Don't worry. I will not get you started. I feel like you get taxed for walking in California. Like, I feel like it's just everything there. We apparently had a video of a water spout on the lake. There was an actual water spout in Iowa. Excuse me? This is actually like next to a Radar Omega cyclone port. That's crazy. There was actually a legit water spout apparently in Iowa. That was at 3:05, so it was about almost 3 hours ago. This just came in though at Spirit Lake near the Sandbar Beach Resort in Dickinson County. There's a video of it apparently. I don't know where it is, but sheesh. Water spout reported in Iowa. Who would have thought? I thought it was going to say land spout. That's pretty crazy. Who would have thunk? Thank you, Gabe, for the super chat. No problem. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Quickly, also for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Go back to Connor. Connor, by the way, right now is he just entered into Wisconsin on I-94 near Roberts, going in the direction of Baldwin.
Static, welcome to Bear's Cage.
Prescott, Minnesota? Are we sure we're talking about Prescott, Minnesota? I don't think Prescott even exists in Minnesota. Where's Prescott, Minnesota? Prescott, Wisconsin. Okay. Oh, right here, just to the south of Hastings. There was a little bit of rotation here earlier. Nothing really came together. Yeah, right there. That's what we're looking at. Yeah, a little couplet right now near Oak Grove, moving into Wisconsin. This could get tornado warned, actually. It's right on the border of Minnesota and Wisconsin. Unwarned area of rotation right now. About to move right into Oak Grove. Go back to Connor real quick while we wait for another radar scan. Impressive shelf cloud there, again in western Wisconsin. Thank you, Jack, for the $2 super chat. Des Moines should just mostly be wind.
There's some renegades trying to form out in front of us. Fortunately, I don't think they have enough.
We're just gonna wait for the next radar scan here. There's a big shelf cloud. Huge shout out to Donald for picking up 2 Max Velocity mugs on shopmaxvelocity.net. Appreciate that. There's the latest scan. Still got a couplet. And potential tornado threat going into western Wisconsin, going towards River Falls and Ellsworth and Martell. We've actually covered River Falls before, for like a big hailstorm. But currently not tornado warned. Definitely have a couplet, though, developing, moving to the northeast. What app am I using? It's Radar Omega. You can download it with the top link in the description below. We are currently on the Minnesota and Wisconsin border. And we are keeping a close eye on this couplet here near Oak Grove. Is your last name actually Velocity? No, people keep telling me to rename myself to like actually having the last name Velocity. I wouldn't even be surprised if we got an isolated tornado threat in northwest Wisconsin. I think it's a much lower chance, though. Really, our main corridor for any tornado threat will probably be in this area. Western Wisconsin and southeastern Minnesota. See what this latest velocity scan shows it's coming in. What is Connor's chase vehicle? I think it's a Toyota RAV4. Well, I've seen it before. It is a Toyota RAV4. I just don't know what kind. I think it's a hybrid or something. I literally have seen it before. Literally drove it to Florida. Latest scan, still showing rotation. Again, not really strong or anything like that, but definitely something to watch for potential tornado threat. It's right now on track for the town of River Falls. It's right near the outflow boundary. It's literally right next to the outflow boundary, too, so...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Alright, brand new tornado warning. That is going to be for Pierce and St. Croix counties in Wisconsin. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That is for Oak Grove, town of River Falls, Martell, Baldwin, Woodville, and eventually town of Caddy will be in the track of this. So Velocity's couplet right now near Oak Grove. Currently moving to the northeast. And actually Connor is in this tornado warning, so bottom right of your screen, we'll be keeping a close eye on him. He's actually in this warning right now. We'll see how this develops, but it's been definitely rotating for about 10 to 15 minutes now. Just hasn't really come together yet. It is moving currently kind of a little north. I'll have another radar scan in a second. I think Connor is going to be going towards this, so we'll keep a close eye on him. He's driving down right now to the south. We'll have a velocity scan coming in and within the next 30 seconds. Making its loop on the radar sweep on Radar Omega. St. Croix County, thank you. Yeah, St. Croix and Pierce counties in Wisconsin. All right, here's the latest scan. Still got very strong velocities going away from the radar. Going towards is pretty weak. This is the couplet that we're kind of watching for here. Again, near Oak Grove. It is moving northeast towards the town of River Falls and Martell. This environment here in western Wisconsin is still favorable enough for a tornado or two. So we are watching this very closely. Have a little bit of circulation too near Afton, which is right on the border of Wisconsin and Minnesota. The terminal radar site, not really showing that as much. It still shows that rotation, though, for sure, near Oak Grove. That's what we're watching for right now. We'll wait for another radar scan. We'll go to Connor. Connor is going to be approaching this. This is his view right now. He is still a little ways away from the couplet, but he is going to be approaching this over the next several minutes, and he is in the tornado warning, right, so we'll keep a close eye on him. Thank you, Ardwin, for the super chat. Maybe? Appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in.
Dude. Ground is just taller on the right side of me for some reason.
The CC drop at the edge, that's just clear air contamination. So again, Connor Croft, we're live on him because he is right now inside of the tornado warning. And we are waiting for another radar scan. There's nothing to really tell you about right now, so we're just going to stay on him. That is the leading edge of the line of storms that you're seeing on the right. Further down to the left and kind of in the middle, that is where we're looking for the potential for a tornado. You ever noticed in public? I've been noticed quite a bit. I've been at least noticed it like a dozen times now.
over there. Too far away, though.
Connor is in Wisconsin, yeah. And he's currently... Let me give you a mileage. He is...
Got a couplet.
He's about 14 miles from the couplet, but the couplet's going towards him, so give or take 5 minutes until he's within pretty close distance of at least seeing maybe a lowering or something like that. We do have a new radar scan that just came in. We're going to go back to radar. Again, this is the latest scan, so if we have a tornado, it would be near Oak Grove. See what the velocities look like. There's no debris signature, no CC drop as of right now. See what the velocities look like. I'll update here in just a moment. It's 4 minutes behind, but the velocity should update. Waiting for velocities to update. Have not updated yet. This is in Wisconsin, again, if you're just tuning in, near Oak Grove and River Falls, east of Minneapolis. We are also watching broad circulation west of River Falls. So a couple areas that we're looking at right now. This is still a favorable environment for tornadoes. It's not a done deal yet. So, again, continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this warning. The terminal radar site still showing rotation for sure. The other radar site just updated. We still do have rotation. So we definitely could see a tornado drop. And again, that'll be on track for Connor going northeast. I'm going to go back to Connor and see what he's looking at here. He's about to take, I believe, a turn. He's getting in position right now for this rotation.
Right by a river, so I don't even
Thank you,
know
Tyler,
if it
for the
would
super
anyway.
chat. Appreciate that.
It's heading right for my location, like right for it. Okay, we'll start off by going west, because we're going to have to be north of the circulation to see it. More than likely, at
I
least.
think Connor's just evaluating his road options right now. What you're seeing here is the line of storms. That's not what's producing the tornado right now. What would be producing the potential tornado is going to be on his left. In probably about a couple minutes once he drives a bit further down the road. Road options are a little bit scarce in this area. We do have a shelf. Nice little shelf cloud. Latest CC radar update still not showing any signs of a debris signature. Waiting for velocities to update bottom right of your screen. Again, this is near Oak Grove, Wisconsin with this tornado warning.
Someone to our left. Kinking the lines over there.
We're gonna go back to radar. Just gonna show you again, guys, if you are just tuning in. This is the tornado warning again going in the direction of town of River Falls and Martell. It is still, again, a radar indicated tornado. Rotation, again, not super tight by any means, but I definitely wouldn't rule out a tornado with a couplet like this. It is currently moving northeast. I do want to go right back to Connor because he has an insane view of this structure. Look at this thing. Wow.
I think I see where
What
it
a
could
view
be.
of this storm. Look at that thing. The storm that's going to be producing the tornado potential is right there. It's in front of
Chad,
him.
it's gonna be
When we're
right
looking
here.
on the right,
It's gonna be right there. See that
it's
dark
kind
spot?
of right there. On the right, that's
Might
the
be
line of
something.
storms with the shelf cloud.
It would be right in there.
And again, this is right inside the tornado warning. Connor is still probably about 8 miles or so to the northeast of where the rotation is.
Be right in there.
He's not trying to go too far into the storm itself because the storms
see
are
it.
going
Might be
so
rain
fast, it's
wrapped,
going to be hard to keep up with
but-
them if he goes too far.
That's where it would be.
This was just updated.
Not
It
gonna
is
find
still
a better
radar
vantage point
indicated.
than this.
So no confirmation as of right now.
It's heading pretty much
But-
directly at us, so
We do have a small, possibly CC drop, but we don't have any update on velocities or reflectivity. So that might just be contamination or something along those lines. We're gonna just wait and see. Yeah, that looks like contamination. All right, we're gonna see what the velocities look like. I'm gonna go back to them once they update.
Here's a fire department t-shirt, Eau Claire, Wisconsin. We've been following you for a couple of years. I saw you in Hudson. I was parked there. I was going to buy you dinner because I thought you were going to stop.
For whatever reason, the velocities are just deciding not to update right now. But where that rotation is going to be now is going to be near the town of Fall Rivers. No CC drop at this point. Waiting for velocities to update. For whatever reason, they do not want to cooperate. Go back to terminal radar site, they'll probably cooperate. Actually got more of a couplet on the other one. Possible tornado south of town of River Falls. Just not sure why the other radar site's not updated. Apparently there's people moving into the university in River Falls right now. So not good timing for sure. Definitely get into your safe place if you're in that area. If we do have a tornado, it would be just south of River Falls. Again, this is live right now on this tornado warning.
Did you guys see any rotation up north?
Not really.
Or Fall Rivers, sorry. Fall Rivers, River Falls, same thing. Where is Fall Rivers? Isn't it just River Falls?
Did you see the two cops?
Where?
About 3 miles back, they turned that way and went towards the black clouds.
Really?
They started laughing.
Yeah.
Was that the college or something?
Yeah. I'm gonna head
Down here.
I'm gonna head down this road.
Okay.
Thank you so
Have
much.
you seen any
though.
trampolines today? We have not yet seen any trampolines.
Gonna have to be on the north side of it. If we want to see it, have to be on the north
Oh,
side.
we're starting to move again.
Heading right at us, right here.
Still no CC drop anywhere. Do not understand why the velocities just do not want to update.
Have to be on that north side. That's where I'm gonna get.
Oh, was there a guy talking to Connor? I wasn't even listening.
Sucks.
I have
we
it
got a
on,
good
I
vantage
just
point there
didn't hear it.
too.
Going back to live radar here. If we have a tornado, it would be southeast of River Falls. We don't have any debris signature, as I mentioned before. We're gonna have to keep going back to the terminal radar site because the velocities don't want to update for some reason on the regional one. That's what it looks like on velocities right now. And again, if we have a tornado, it would be right there moving in the direction where Connor is. We don't have anything confirmed at this point, but that would be the area of interest. Right near 65, moving towards 29. Let me go back to the other radar site again. Don't have any debris signature, which is good news, but doesn't mean we don't have a tornado. I'm not seeing really any other couplets, so this is really the main one. It was a local firefighter who gave him a shirt. I was gonna buy him dinner. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. That's cool. Sorry, I didn't have my audio on. I have it like on, it's just pretty quiet. Alright, we're gonna go back to Connor.
Right there.
Didn't load. He has a big time
Good morning.
lowering though, if I can get to load. Bro, come on. There we go. Big lowering right now.
Almost in a
On
spot where I
Connor,
might be able
on
to
this
see it.
storm. And Connor Croft chasing it. Velocity's updated at 604.
right
Still definitely have rotation. There's no doubt we have at least some rotation, perhaps a lowering. Definitely could be close to having a tornado.
Rotation.
That's again 7 minutes ago. I'm gonna check my phone and see if it's updating faster. Thank you, Tammy, for the generous super chat. Appreciate that.
Gonna go just our south. This is
Some
where we
W's in the
see
chat
it.
for Tammy. Yeah, this is definitely rotating. I mean, my phone's updating
I see
faster.
it.
This is definitely rotating still. Definitely still have a couplet. Perhaps a tornado rain wrapped or is trying to drop right now. Again, this is the live shot here of this storm in Wisconsin. Again, near River Falls. That is attempting to produce a tornado.
There it is. Oh, that might be a cone. That might be down. Might be a cone in there. Yo, there's a cone in there. There's a cone right there. That might be down. That's down, I think.
That might be on the
Yeah,
ground.
that's a tornado, guys. There's a tornado right there.
Yeah, that's definitely a tornado on the ground.
Tornado's down. Tornado's on the ground right there. Tornado's down. Tornado
So
down.
that is a tornado that is on the ground. It's becoming less condensed. Just to the east of River Falls.
Tornado down. I saw it all the way to the ground for a second. It's a bull funnel now. Bull
Might have
funnel.
just lifted. Still has a funnel at the bare minimum. So you're going to be approaching Martell, Baldwin, Woodville, and
Just a
Hammond,
big
and as
bull
well as
funnel now.
town of Caddy in Wisconsin.
We're in a perfect spot.
So make sure you're in your safe place.
We're able to get up right
Still have that
behind
little
it.
funnel there. Could drop again.
It's gonna
Might be
cross this
dropping
road.
again. Starting to get rain wrapped a little bit in there.
Coming back down.
Toadster, yeah, that's the main concern.
I'm losing it with the rain contrast. Losing it. Losing it. It was down though for a second. It was down for a second. There's the lowering as a whole.
We don't have any
Still
debris
there.
signature
About
still,
to
but
go
there
in
was
hot
a
pursuit.
tornado. This is what we're looking at on live radar right now. And if we have a tornado, which we just did, it's west of Martell. Rotation is currently not updating still, but we don't have any debris signature. But if we have a tornado, it would be right there. This is the latest velocity scan. Definitely still have an RFD surge, meaning we definitely have damaging winds, without a doubt, going towards Centerville, Palmer, and Woodville, Wisconsin. Again, this is your circulation, so if we have a tornado, it would be right near Highway 29, moving to the northeast.
Could only see it down for a second.
And that's, again, the live shot here. It's more than likely now a rain-wrapped tornado.
Hang on. If it's still down, it'll cross this road. If it's still down, it'll cross our road right here. Keep an eye on that right side. Keep an eye on the right side. I get through these trees right here.
It's just a big rain shaft what you're looking at, by the way, right now. We don't have any definitive view of that tornado right now. This is back to radar real quick. This is the velocities. If we have a tornado, it's going to be near Centerville. Connor's right here for reference. So he's going, I believe, eastbound. This is what radar looks like. So the tornado is going to be kind of on that leading edge, a bit rain wrap, though, approaching Centerville. All right, so again, moving northeast. It's on track for Baldwin, I-94, also in the track of that. And eventually, going to be going towards the town of Tainter. So they'll be also in the track of this. So again, the live
Rain
shot
wrapped.
right now from Connor Croft.
It's rain
Near
wrapped.
Martell.
It is down.
Hey, by the way, Mary, for the $10 Venmo, appreciate that. Thank you for the
Back in the
generosity.
rain. Could be. It's right here, I think. I think it's right there.
It's gonna probably be hard to see again, and likely rain-wrapped tornado.
Right there. Can't confirm if it's down still. Cannot confirm if it's still down.
If you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning near Baldwin and Martell in western Wisconsin. A lot of trees right now. I'm gonna go back to radar and just show you what's happening right now. So again, if there is still a tornado, it's gonna be located just northwest of Martell. We still have an inflow notch, got the hook and everything. Still a very organized supercell. Velocities, apparently I just got word that there is an outage at the radar site over in the radar site that we're using in Minneapolis. So that radar site is the reason why we have some delays with some of the data coming in. I think it's coming in again though, because we're getting updates frequently with the velocities.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, this warning just got upgraded. We are now on a confirmed tornado, which, again, Connor Croft did spot there a few minutes ago. Not sure if it is still on the ground, but if we do have one, it's going to be in the direction of Woodville and town of Caddy in western Wisconsin. So if you are in the pink polygon, again, make sure that you are in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, this tornado is going to be right about here. We don't have as much of the wind going towards the radar as we did before, not nearly as organized, but we can still have a tornado with this like little couplet here near Centerville. So that's where we're kind of watching to see if we have another tornado that tries to drop or if we still have one on the ground. When this was spotted, it looked a little bit more like this, so it did not look super impressive. So we definitely could still have a tornado with the similar sort of setup right now that we have with this particular supercell. Let's go back to Connor. This, again, just been upgraded to a confirmed tornado. Wrong button. Going back to Connor, though. Large rain shaft. Again, if we have a tornado, it might be rain wrapped, but keep a close eye and see if we can see anything here. How's it going, Freddy? Appreciate you becoming a member, by the way.
Looks sus in
Welcome
there.
to the Velocities. How's it feel?
Can't confirm anything.
The internet also
again, but it looks
chat.
sus.
Logan should just mostly be wind. Pretty low threat of any severe weather.
Road does something stupid up here, so might lose visual.
It's great, Freddy.
Road does like this weird little T.
All right, we're gonna go back to live radar for a second. If you're just tuning in, this is an observed tornado by weather spotters. It was a pretty much rain-wrapped tornado a few minutes ago back over west of Martell. This is now north of Martell, and if we still have a tornado, which it's unknown if we do, but if we have one, it's gonna be approaching Woodville.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, and they've just issued an extension to this tornado warning. It's going to continue as a tornado warning, and it is going to continue as an observed tornado warning. If you are anywhere just to the north of Menomonee, back over west of the town of Tainter, near Glenwood City, Boyceville, Wheeler, Connorsville, Connor Croft, I guess, lives there or something, Knapp, Emerald. These are the areas in the track of this particular tornado warning cell. It is going to continue as an observed tornado warning, which again is a reported rain-wrapped tornado just east of River Falls a few minutes ago. If you are in the pink polygon, make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building as this continues to track to the northeast, just south of Prairie Farm. Excuse me, just south of Prairie Farm is where this will be heading over the next several minutes. Couplet overall has been definitely decoupling over the last few scans, but we could still have a tornado right there, which reflectivity hasn't updated yet. But if we have a tornado, it would be right there. Matching it up with CC, we still don't have a debris signature, but it'd basically be within a mile of where Connor is, just off to the east of Centerville, approaching Woodville over the next several minutes. And again, that is currently moving in the direction of I-94. Come back to Connor here real quick. See if we have any other traffic cams perhaps in Wisconsin.
The RFD.
Alright, we do have some we actually do have live cameras on I-94, so we're gonna keep a close eye on
Right in
those.
front of us.
And if there's a tornado, it's going to be somewhere where Connor is. He's basically right in the hook right now. Bottom right of your screen. This is Connor, and that's the hook, where there would be a possible tornado. Within about a half mile of them. Just kidding. It's about a mile northeast of him, I think, now. It's going to lose signal a little bit here. And this would be where we have a tornado if it is still on the ground. It's going to be approaching Woodville. It is highly likely that this is a rain-wrapped tornado. This is just north of Centerville. This is actually a live shot on the Wisconsin traffic cams back over on I-94. So just off to the north of where this tornado is. Frequent lightning. Can't really see much here, but there is obviously a lot of rain, low visibility. So definitely a lot of problems out there already for people that are driving there, but I'm not seeing anything definitive on this traffic cam. Just want to point that out. That's where the leading edge of the damaging wind threat is, just back off to the northwest of that hook. The latest velocity scan still showing that couplet just to the south of Baldwin. The CC still not showing anything, so no debris signature, but that right there, if there is a tornado, that is where it would be. It'd just be approaching the town of Galley, going towards Woodville and town of Caddy. That is currently, again, moving to the northeast, going towards Glenwood City, Boyceville, and Wheeler and Knapp. Back to Connor here.
Ripping here. Somewhere just to my north. Somewhere just to my northeast. Just to the northeast, barely. Like due north of me. If you're just tuning in, like and subscribe. Only tornado of the day, we got it. 3 down.
This is not the only tornado of the day, by the way. Just letting you guys know.
Went through here.
I don't think you heard about the one earlier.
Down.
There has been at least one other tornado.
The house
There was one earlier back over like north of Minneapolis.
Right
at least one.
house.
I think there was 2 though.
This shingle damage. Oh yeah, it's down. It was down. Went
All right,
just
Connor
through here.
is reporting that there's damage in the area, so it's probably still on the ground.
Oh heck no. Heck no.
Los couplet is approaching I-94 in
If I cut him
Woodville
off,
right
I'm not
now.
getting stuck behind a semi.
Okay, we got another view of this.
Close by. Rain and leaves.
We're gonna go back to Connor in a second. This is a live shot. This is looking towards this tornado-worn cell. Well, like in the area. We don't have a view right now, but it's probably still a rain-wrapped tornado. Looked like lightning, but maybe even some power flashes. Possibly a tornado. We just still don't really know for sure if it's still rain-wrapped in there. But that is one of the live shots that I'm gonna keep a close eye on.
Somewhere to our right.
Because that's right on I-94 where this tornado
Right
would
out
be
the
going.
north. It's somewhere to the right. Somewhere just north, just north. We're gonna get on I-94.
I'm still watching the other live shot.
I-94.
We got two.
I can blast east. Somewhere just to our right. Trying to get in front of it now. We got northerlies. Big time rain wrap.
All right, this is the latest radar scan. Velocities are definitely broadening a little bit, so that might be a good sign. Not seeing as much of rotation. Again, this will be approaching areas just west of town of Taintier. I do also want to point out we have rotation developing on a new storm that has just developed southwest of Menomonee. So keep that in mind. A little bit of rotation there. Another little discrete cell that has developed. Still got a strong inflow notch. Definitely still a possibility that we do get a tornado with that storm, and also the one that we are currently looking at as this activity does continue to move to the east-northeast. This is another live shot, again, in Wisconsin on I-94. This is a live shot towards this storm. I'm not seeing anything. Again, it's a very rain-wrapped area of rotation, so... it's going to be difficult, but Connor is really right behind us, so we're going to go back to him.
Hotspot phone just died.
I'm going to keep a close eye, though, on that other live cam.
Hotspot phone down. We might lose service. I don't
Give
know.
it a second.
Probably 3 or 4 miles to my east right now. About 3 or 4 miles to my east for circulation. I got about a mile to the highway, I think. Got like a mile to Interstate 94. I got to plug in the freaking hotspot phone.
I would not call this an outbreak, no. Not a tornado outbreak, at least.
Ow!
We've really only had, I think, 2 or 3 tornadoes today, so. We'll go back to live radar again. The other tornado warning has now expired. This storm is, again, moving towards Woodville, Town of Caddy, Knapp, Boyceville, Glenwood City, Connorsville, Wheeler, Town of Glenwood, all in the track of this. I do want to go back to this live shot, and this is looking at this storm that is currently producing the tornado potential. Again, this is in real time. Heavily rain-wrapped tornado, without a doubt. If we still have one. And look at this thing. This storm's crazy. This camera's moving around, too. This is a massive shelf cloud on it, too. That's the shelf cloud right there. The leading edge of the damaging wind threat. Crazy-looking storm. Back to Connor. We definitely have rotation, though, developing on that other storm that just developed out in front of this. Going towards Menomonee.
Come on, man. Fortnite God, shut up! Freddy's not letting you change with him. Shut up! Jesus. Anyway.
Is Connor by himself? Yeah, he is.
Here we go. Gotta floor it! It's gonna cross the highway in a minute.
All right, we're We're gonna go back to live radar yet again. Velocities are really starting to broaden out on this storm. I'm not seeing anything that looks like this is still on the ground. It does continue as a confirmed tornado warning, though, just east of Baldwin. Again, going in the direction of town of Tainter, northwest of Menomonee. I do want to, again, bring your attention to this storm near Weston. This thing is starting to develop at least some rotation. This will probably end up getting tornado warned if it does continue with that rotation. It's been developing over the last several minutes. It's a very new storm. This one definitely looks a little bit more concerning, especially with that rotation that's developed west of the Eau Claire area. So definitely keeping a close eye on this storm. We're going to keep a close eye on both of these storms over the next several minutes, as obviously this one's been confirmed, and then the other one that's developing, that one is definitely starting to look a little bit more interesting here visually on radar. This is a live shot of the tornado warning cell. If we have a tornado, we actually might see it in front of us. There's actually a little spin here. Look at this. It's like a little bit of spin right there. Top left of your screen. Maybe even back in here too. This is the storm again that's tornado warned. Wind is picking up. If we have a tornado, it'd be in here somewhere. Not seeing anything definitive, but there is at least some spin in the clouds. You can definitely see it, especially at the top left of your screen. Look at that wind. This is all the RFD surge. Look at the wind really pushing your left to right. If we have a tornado, it's more than... Actually, look at this right here. That right there might be a little funnel. It is spinning right there. More than likely, though, I would think it would be further down the road here. That looks like a funnel, though, right there. And now the rain curtains are coming in quick. But that right there, I think, was a funnel. Yeah, we can't even see anything anymore. That became rain wrapped very fast. There's multiple live shots here. I'm going to see if we have another one anywhere. All kind of up and down this area. Now, the next time we really have any view, we'll probably be back over near Menomonee. Actually got a trailer pulled over as well. If we have a tornado, it's going to be just east of Woodville. That's where the main area of rotation is, at least according to radar. Again, Connor Croft right on this storm. We're going to keep a close eye on him. That one camera that we were looking at, the one to the right of it went out. The one that we were just looking at is still up. So there are some power outages more than likely going to be happening in this area. So again, if you're in this warning, definitely continue to stay in your safe place. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning, though, for this other storm here in a moment. Thank you, Joe Hoff, for the $4.99 super chat. Yeah, crazy stuff. I mean, this environment's still favorable for tornadoes. I mentioned it earlier, but the tornado threat definitely not done by any means. All right, we're gonna go back to Connor. He's right behind that area of rotation. For some reason, every time I go to that screen, it just doesn't load. There you go.
Call the number.
So he's again just right behind this tornadic supercell near Woodville in Wisconsin. Whoa. Actually, we're gonna go back to this camera. Back over in Wisconsin, this again on I-94 in Wisconsin, you can't really see much, but look at this whole shelf cloud right here. If we have a tornado, it'd probably be like right there. It's just too hard to tell. Look at that wind just surging right now. A lot of cars on the road too. That might be a tornado. I can't tell. It's like, it's very rain wrapped. Absolute surge of wind, though. I mean, this is at least 70-mile-per-hour winds. Oh, power flash, I think. I think this is on the ground. I think that is a tornado there. I think that's a tornado. we just saw. There was power flashes there in the background. Huge wind. This is a... I don't know about the tornado being strong, but at least the wind itself is very strong. We're talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds right now. I think we just saw a power flash, though. I do think there's a tornado on the ground on the right side of your screen now. It's looking westbound on I-94 here near Woodville. So it's definitely still a tornado. The wind is going absolutely nuts, and the cars aren't even moving anymore. They just came to a standstill. Wow, what is happening? Oh my goodness, cars are under the overpass. That's ridiculous. That's why everybody's stopping. Cars have gone under the overpass and stopped there. Don't do that. Dude, that literally backed up that entire area of traffic and it's going to cause accidents. But you literally cannot see a thing right now. The wind is just so strong here. This is probably 80+ mile-per-hour winds that we're looking at right now. This is just bananas. We have more cameras coming up. I'm going to see if any of these have a view of anything. They're going to have a view here shortly, I know that. We're going to keep a close eye on those. I don't know if we really have a tornado anymore, but we may have. But like right here, this is just all RFD surge. So this is going to all... I mean, we got 80-mile-per-hour velocities being indicated on radar right on I-94. It is crazy. The camera's going back to looking westbound here. All these cars have stopped because people have decided to stop under the overpass. And we may have just lost this camera. The camera may have just gone out. Nope, it's back. All right, let me go back to it. Look at just look at the rain curtains, all that wind. It's just, you can't even see anything. It's crazy how windy it is. This is all 80-mile-per-hour winds right on I-94. 70 to 80-mile-per-hour winds. Man, oh man, those rain curtains are whipping. This is crazy. I kind of doubt I highly doubt that's an accident under the overpass. I highly doubt it. I've seen it way too many times on these live streams. People always park under overpasses. It doesn't matter what it is. And people will park in the middle of the road. It's the dumbest thing. All right, it's clearing up a little bit again. It's been kind of in and out here. Been very strong at times and goes back to being weak. So again, what radar looks like right now. Huge wind surge right now, though, going right across I-94. And it's about to come up again here in a minute. There's like a little dip right here on the I-94. This will be the new area to watch for the next live camera, basically, being able to see this wind in real time. It is very strong wind. So we're going to have our next camera up in line here in a second. They have downgraded this warning. It is back down to radar indicated. So no longer a confirmed tornado, but it is a radar indicated area of rotation. This has a history of producing at least 1 or 2 tornadoes here in Wisconsin. So take the warning seriously, continue to stay in your safe place. Bare minimum, we're talking about 80-mile-per-hour winds that have literally been surging across I-94. This yellow on the velocities is indicating some velocities as high as 90 miles per hour. This is what I'm talking about, by the way. Connor is now stuck behind these people because there are people parked under the overpass.
No, don't block me. Don't block me in, dude.
I'm actually going to tell Connor.
I need to... God damn it, why do you block me in?
I just saw on a live cam people are literally parked under that overpass that you're near.
Buddy, on-ramp. You're blocking me now, sitting on the shoulder for no freaking reason, dude. Get the hell out of my way. Yes, go through that. Okay. Yes, you go through that. I can't.
Oh, he's gonna try to go backwards. I kind of didn't really think about telling him beforehand, but I didn't think he was that far behind. I also didn't really think of it, but it is what it is. Still got 80+ mph winds, though, right in the town of Caddy area, going towards Knapp and Wheeler. Still watching the storm also near Menomonee. Potential for a tornado will exist with that storm. We're going to go back to the live camera on I-94. This is a new live camera. Wind is beginning to pick up here, so we're going to see what happens. Got a lot of people driving into this storm, too. The wind's about to pick up here in a second. This is in Wisconsin, if you're just tuning in. Western Wisconsin. Wind hasn't picked up quite yet here. Still hasn't picked up yet on that camera. That's like literally right out in front of where this was coming up to. The other live camera, by the way, that was back over like near the Caddy area has gone down. So that camera's gone. But we are watching that other camera to see if anything does pick up, because the worst of the wind would have literally just hit that area. That RFD surge, though, might be going into Knapp instead. It might have actually just went to the north of that I-94 camera set. So it's going towards Knapp, town of Sherman, Wheeler, and Boyceville, with the potential for 70 to 80 mph winds from what we just saw on that live camera. Pretty crazy stuff. We'll zoom out until our next radar scan. Thank you, Sam, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Me no money. What? Appreciate the super chat. Apparently that's the pronunciation. RFD is the rear flank downdraft. It's basically what comes out of the hook echo most of the time. But yeah, the RFD surge definitely a big concern right now moving east. It's the latest scan. The rotation on that Me No Money storm, or whatever, that area of rotation a little bit broader. We got a lot of storm mergers happening there. We're still watching this storm with mostly a wind threat, I would say, right now, going towards the town of Tainter. Moving northeast right now. So we're still watching both storms very closely as they continue to develop. Thank you also, Logan, for the super chat. Thank you, Crafter, for the 4-month membership. Thank you, Jansen, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Daniel, for the $5 super chat. Des Moines should be mostly just a damaging wind threat, and it should be pretty isolated. I'm not too concerned about that area. I was taught to go under the underpass. Why not? Well, it's an overpass, first off. But, I mean, the reason why is because if one person stops, then a lot more people are going to stop. And then eventually the road just gets blocked. And nobody can get through. So there's no reason at all for you to just stop under an overpass. It doesn't matter if it's a hailstorm. It doesn't matter if there's a tornado, because it's actually less safe to be under an overpass even during a tornado. There's just so many reasons why you should not be under an overpass. Or underpass, whatever you want to call it. Under an overpass, sounds great. I mean, literally all the wind will just get funneled through, so it's literally pointless to stay under it. Still got a little bit of rotation, by the way, near Pepin. It's another little area that we'll have to watch for. Low tornado potential, but definitely still relevant back over south of where the tornado warning is. So between southeastern Minnesota, back into parts of western Wisconsin, west of Eau Claire. All mostly moving eastbound. The storms currently in Iowa have been pretty tame. They've been just mostly gusty winds, lightning, heavy rain, nothing really beyond that at this point. And then back into Kansas is kind of the same way right now. Of another radar scan in a second. I mean, if there is a tornado, debris can literally just get funneled into the, underpass, and you're just gonna get basically cooked. So it's not something you want to do, even if there's a tornado warning, if there's a hailstorm, whatever it might be. It doesn't matter. It's a bad idea no matter what you do. Thank you, Ben, for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Alex, for the $4.99. I don't know where that place is, Alex. But main concern across the board at this point is damaging winds and an isolated tornado threat. That includes Wisconsin. Iowa's mostly just going to be wind from here on out. Yeah, the other thing is you could block out EMS vehicles. Like, if there's an emergency, like, they're just not going to be able to get past unless there's, like, a detour or something. Yeah, Connor's just in a low single area. He has a lot of trees and stuff around him. He's on an I-94 anymore. He decided to take a detour. I'm not sure if there was something other than what I'd mentioned, like the, I don't even know if he got my message. I have no clue if he heard it, but originally the thing was that there was again, people parked under the overpass, and then he decided to go around everything. So I don't know if there was more than just that, or if he didn't get my message, one of the two. Is the rotation right over Menomonee? Yeah, there's rotation right over Menomonee now. That's actually coming together more again. There's no tornado warning on this. It's coming together. Surprised there isn't a warning on that one. The northern ones become much broader. This one right over Menomonee has been rotating for a while. Hasn't really tightened, but it's trying to come together right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So brand new tornado warning for Menomonee, town of Wheaton, town of Tainter. All these areas included in a brand new tornado warning. Also, town of Red Cedar is included in this. If you are in the pink polygon, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. This rotation's been trying to tighten. Definitely could get a tornado, and this is going to be going right into the town. So if you are in this town, you got to get to your safe place. This is a pretty strong area of rotation. It's not like a weak little tornado situation. We definitely could get something a bit stronger if it does drop. So you definitely want to make sure that if you are in Menomonee, or if you're in town of Cedar, any of these areas surrounding it, the pink polygon, you got to get to your safe place. This is definitely a pretty significant situation if we do get a tornado to drop. And that rotation has come together even stronger. That is not a good sign. That is tightening very quickly, and that is very strong rotation. It is right over the town of Menomonee. This is not a small town at all. Menomonee. Okay, I got it. Menomonee. Menomonee, Wisconsin. Apparently that's the pronunciation. Is this CC updated? Yeah, it's updated. We don't have a CC drop yet. Let me check the southern radar site. We're waiting for the radar. The velocities were much tighter a second ago. Again, we could get a big-time tornado right over Menomonee. It's heading towards town of Red Cedar as well. This is not a good situation, because that rotation was very tight. I don't know why it doesn't want to update now, but a moment ago it was very tight. And it was pretty strong. Gotta be in your safe place if you're in this warning. Why is this radar not updating? Alright, we'll give it a second. We should get another radar scan in a second for velocities as well. Checking my phone too to see if we have any CC drop. Not seeing anything updated yet. This is the latest velocity scan. This is as of 6:50. Should have another scan in a second. If we have a tornado, though, it'd be right over the town of Menominee. This is the latest scan, so if there's a tornado, it's going to be right on the north side. It's pretty tight rotation still. Be right over the north side near Ridgewood Heights. It's going to be approaching the town of Cedar, or Red Cedar, and I-94, which there is a camera right in this area, so I'm watching to see if anything happens on that. The CC did update. We don't have a debris signature right now, but if we do have a tornado, it's going to be right over the north side of Menominee, just north of Irvington. Waiting for radar to update. We also have more rotation to the south. We have several areas of rotation. And we have this one strengthening again near Boyceville. It's fully rain-wrapped, but that rotation's intensifying again there, too. This is turning into a bit of a weird situation, because we actually have several areas of rotation now. We've had a couple, really, over the last half hour, but we have a new one down here to the south. Let me go to the southern radar site just to verify. Yeah, we got several areas of rotation. We got some near Watashba. We got some south of Durand. We obviously have the one in Menominee and as well as Menominee, and also the one near town of Tainter. So this is definitely ramping up a little bit with the tornado threat. See what the velocities show here in a second. We have any sort of tornado on the ground with the Menominee storm. It's going to be approaching town of Red Cedar. Here's the latest scan. A little bit broader, but if we have a tornado, it's going to be just south of the town of Tainter. A little bit of rotation still remains near Boyceville. They'll probably end up continuing that tornado warning if that rotation stays as is or even intensifies just a little bit. Whoa, what is happening down here? Is that just contamination? That thing tightened like crazy. Okay. That might get tornado warned. Looks kind of like it's rotating. Let me go to base velocities. It's back over west of Mondovi. The higher tilts don't really show as much. That definitely appears as if it's rotation. Looks like mostly wind back over in southeast Minnesota. We have a new radar scan coming in. We'll check it out again in a moment. And we have a new velocity scan coming in a moment on these two storms. There's a report of a power flash as well in Menominee, so there is potentially a tornado. If not, it's just damaging winds. It's very possible it's a wind surge. We have very strong winds going right through Menominee as we speak, going towards the town of Red Cedar. Waiting for radar to update. I'm gonna go back to the southern radar site again. It appears as if we do have some rotation on these other storms too yet. We still have some circulation near Washba and Nelson. That's going to be on track for Mondovi and Independence. So a little bit of rotation there. I'm not seeing as much down here near Stockton, but we're watching that area too. The rotation that was ongoing near Menominee is definitely broadened a lot more over the last few scans. Still have rotation near 170. It does appear as if it is still somewhat broad, but we are watching both of them very closely in case they produce a tornado. At the very bare minimum right now, we are talking about RFD surges, which means rear flank downdraft that we are dealing with that is going to be producing damaging winds in this area anywhere from 60 to 85 miles per hour as this moves across I-94. It is on track for the Eau Claire area, so if you're in Eau Claire, definitely stay vigilant, as these storms could still be producing the potential for either, it might not be a tornado, but at least could be a damaging wind threat as this continues to move eastbound. So that's what we're looking at right now. Again, Connor is still approaching the storm from the west, so he's still on this stuff on right of your screen. It's actually a pretty good view. This is back over on I-94 in Wisconsin. Wind should pick up here in a second. This is the leading edge of the storm. See if we can see anything. A lot of lightning for sure. Nicely maintained lawn. Nice observation. No problem, Hannah. Yeah, wind and rain are starting to pick up a little bit. Wind should pick up more in the next, 30 seconds. It's on I-94. I think it's kind of in between the two main wind bag threats, so... We're gonna go back to live radar again. Velocity's not really looking impressive on the southern storm anymore. Looks like it's bowing out into more of a wind threat, perhaps becoming more dominant with wind and not really as much of a tornado threat. The one near Wheeler, still rotating some, but not nearly as much as earlier. I think this warning will probably just be let to expire. The southern storms back down near Alma, honestly, look a little bit more organized. We've had a little bit of circulation on these. So 3 different little areas of rotation that we're looking at back down near Washba, Red Cedar, a little bit southwest of Mondovi. So if you're in any of those areas, just continue to stay vigilant. But they have gone ahead and let that tornado warning expire back over north of the town of Tainter. The new concern right now is a broad area of circulation near Menominee, moving towards town of Colfax, town of Elk Mound, and Wheaton, and Elk Mound, which is what I just said. So if you're in those areas, continue to stay in your safe place. Thank you, Karina, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. And as a friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll keep you posted with the latest, with severe weather coverage. Make sure to like the stream. It does help get this out to more people. There have been tornadoes today. We've had a couple. We actually had one with Connor about, I don't know, it feels like an hour ago now, but probably about an hour ago. And then we also had a tornado, a couple possibly, back over in Minnesota earlier in the stream. Probably about like 40 minutes into an hour in. This tornado warning has been updated, still radar indicated. So that's for the Wheaton area and Tainter area. Just east of Menominee. But if you're in Menominee, you're no longer in the warning unless you're on the east side of town. Eau Claire is not in the clear by any means. You are still watching at least for a wind threat, but perhaps an isolated tornado threat. There has been rotation embedded with several areas in this line, none of which have looked to the point where they need to be warned, but we're going to keep a close eye on it as it continues to move east. Thank you, Michael, for becoming a 2-month member. Appreciate that. Wow. It's a live shot of this storm. And this is right on I-94. Might actually be a lowering right there. Whoa, big CG right there. You guys just see that? Wow. That was a huge CG. Just south of I-94. That was where that just struck. It's like a big lowering, though, right here. CG is cloud to ground lightning. Another one. There's two different cloud to ground lightning strikes. Like, not even a minute. In the same spot, basically. That one was a little bit closer to the highway. That looks like it's spinning, though, a little bit. It kind of looks like we have two different lowerings. This is looking northwest on I-94, right where this tornado warning is. Need to check for the super chat. Not a big one. It was pretty small. It was regular. That was a few days ago. That was back on Sunday. We're really looking at this right here. That's the area of interest for a tornado potential. Just north of I-94 in western Wisconsin. Another CG. Man, there's been a lot of close lightning strikes, and a lot of them very bright, too. Big rain shaft coming in. It's going to be very low visibility here in a moment. Camera's shifting a little bit. Still looking northwest, though, on I-94. If we have a tornado again, it's going to probably be in here. That's where we're looking right now. I'm going to stay here. I'm looking at radar on my phone just to match everything up here. But we did have a little tight couplet kind of develop, but it might be contaminated east of Menominee. It's right over I-94, which is where we're looking right now. Reason why we're on this camera. It might just be a little bit contaminated, but there is a couplet right over the interstate on the latest scan from the Minnesota radar site, which is probably less accurate than the one down the south. The one down to the south didn't show as much. You can kind of see it spinning, though. Look at this. Look at the spinning motion. It's a large mesocyclone by the looks of it. You can kind of see that. You can't really see it fully at the top of your screen, but there is some spin there. Let me condense my screen a little bit. So you can just kind of see it. Look at the bottom, like top left right there. You can kind of see it spinning. See the clouds kind of spinning in this direction. This is a pretty decent mesocyclone. It is definitely spinning right now. Like literally over the camera. It's literally spinning in this area. A lot of cloud to ground lightning strikes. Thank you, Shadow, for the $9.99 super chat. Appreciate that. All right, we're looking more north now. Now, if there again is a tornado, it'd probably drop right in front of us somewhere. Hopefully the camera goes tilted up a little bit more. There is still a funnel. I think that might be a funnel at the very top of my screen. I need to full cam this. All right, I'm just going to do this. See it right there, top left of your screen. Another... That looked like another lightning strike and not a power flash. I wish they tilted the camera up a little bit more. Actually, I might just go in the other direction. I can't. Just gonna keep it here. It's about to get rain wrapped. It's still spinning there. You can kind of see it at the top left. Another CG right there. A lot of cloud to ground lightning strikes with this storm. Highly electrified supercell here in Wisconsin. Okay, I'm gonna go back because this is about to get rain wrapped. I'm gonna stay here for a moment. I'm gonna probably go back though to a different live cam that's more out in front of this, see if we have a better view. But it does look like the rotation is broadened out again on that Minnesota radar site. The one in Wisconsin still showing relatively broad circulation. Where is this camera going? The camera's going crazy. All right, let me just double check to see if we have any other live shots out in front of this. That was near Elk Mound for reference. We'll have more cameras out in front of this, just none of them are right now looking at this. So that is our main camera. We're going to go back to that in a moment. This, again, the tornado warning that we have. It's just northwest of Eau Claire. Goes for 13 more minutes. Broad circulation at this point, anywhere just west and northwest of Eau Claire. So if you are in this area, again, continue to stay in your safe place. Back over near the Mondovi area, still got some broad circulation moving in the direction of Mondovi and Highway 93. This is a severe thunderstorm warning cell with a tornado possible label on it. Would not rule out an isolated tornado because we do have some rotation moving east-northeast on track for Elva, Mondovi, and a few other locations. And then back over along the border near Winona, I'm not seeing as much. All right, so that's what we're looking at right now. We're going back to this live cam because the wind is picking up. So the wind is definitely getting strong right now. And wow, another big CG. Had some big cloud ground lightning strikes in this area. By the way, if you want to see that lightning strike that happened initially, you can go to my Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. I just retweeted it. At MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. If you want to check that out, make sure to follow me on there as well. We'll be posting updates on Twitter with photos and videos and all that, too. But yeah, the wind's definitely picking up now. Very low visibility as well. Camera may have just gone out. Give it a quick little reboot and see if it is or not. Give it the reboot card. Reboot van. Looks like the reboot worked. Another big CG strike. Man, it's non-stop. Been so much lightning here with this storm, it's crazy. How close is Connor to this camera? He's still a little ways away, but he's gonna be closer at some point. He's still kind of behind. I mean, you can see him at the bottom right. He's not really in the rain. He's still a little bit behind it. Not in the heavy rain, at least. Very slow traffic as well. Tornado warning was just updated for Dunn and Chippewa counties in Wisconsin. It is still radar indicated rotation. Nothing confirmed at this point. All right, we go back to live radar. I'm not really seeing much rotation at this point. It's really broadened out. It's very, very broad as of right now. So hopefully this particular storm is just wind and that's it. But right now we are definitely watching for a wind concern, especially for the Eau Claire area. So we got some rotation near Mondovi. Still got a little bit near Fountain City. There's definitely rotation up and down this line, but the one that's back up near Eau Claire is broadening out a lot. I'm going to keep a close eye on that area. Back to the Wisconsin camera again for now. I'm gonna leave it here for a moment. I'll be back in 60 seconds. All right. Thank you, Mono, for the super chat. How's it going, Chelsea? Thank you, Theme Pro, for the 1 gifted member. Appreciate that. If you got a gift membership, make sure to thank Theme Pro. We're not really seeing much anymore other than just rain. We'll just go back to radar for now. We'll stay zoomed out until our next scan. Time to get my cheese curds. I'm actually getting hungry. It's actually already 8 o'clock. Almost been live for 4 hours. We were live for 4 hours yesterday. Probably gonna be another 4-hour banger today. Maybe even a bit longer. Do want to quickly bring this up. It's not really related to what's happening right now, but we do have now 2 areas of development now in the Atlantic Ocean. So things are about to get spicy in the Atlantic Ocean. Probably going to get a big hurricane out of this orange area, though. Somewhere. Who knows where yet, but probably the Caribbean, and then from there, who knows where that goes. But tropics are heating up. They're getting spicy. Just grab my dinner. I'm jealous. I'm hungry. Not sure what I'm getting tonight. Wait for the next scan. No problem, Mono. Actually, funny enough, just thinking about personalized messages. I have a Cameo that's doing like an hour and a half. It's for somebody's birthday. Kind of have to do that. It's doing like an hour and a half from now. I've been a little bit delayed on that, doing that Cameo. Haven't been able to get around to it. Just thought of it though. I got a notification like 15 minutes ago telling me that. Good times. Do it live. I'm not doing a Cameo live. It'd be pretty funny though. You do Cameo? I do. I know. I'm on Cameo. Crazy. I know. We had a lot of cameos for Father's Day. Father's Day was a big one. We had a lot of cameos for that. Do it on stream? I don't know. I usually have to take a few tries to do it in general, so probably not doing it on stream. Got a cameo from Jerry Ryan for $350 last year. One, I don't know who that is. 2, $350 for a cameo, bro. I charge like not even $30. Hayden, you'd have to contact them. I'm not sure how much that costs. Maybe I got up my rates. Maybe we should charge $1,000 per cameo. Imagine. Nobody would buy it. By the way, Tornado Warning has, I believe, been just canceled. Yeah, it was just canceled. So no longer any tornado warnings in Wisconsin. Yay! What is a Cameo? It's basically like an app that you can buy a personalized like video for or from. So I have a Cameo if you ever want to get like a personalized message or whatever. Like an actual video. I'll put the link in the chat. It's also in the description. I only charge $999. Wow, only. This man's charging an entire fortune. That guy's charging almost a car. Price of a used car, maybe. Yeah, no more tornado warnings for the time being. We'll see if that changes. Have you ever refused a Cameo? No. Actually, no, I haven't. I think we've done every Cameo. We've had about 30 or 40 now. I think we've done everything. So, I don't think we've had a Cameo that I've denied yet. You're underselling? I wouldn't say I'm underselling. I kind of like doing them too. Like, I mean, I could charge more, but I don't really feel like charging more. I feel like it's a fair price. I mean, for what it is. I feel like it's fair. There are a chance of tornadoes in Jersey today. Are you talking about New Jersey? I would say no. How's it going, Jessica? Welcome back. I feel like you're a $50 kind of guy. Maybe next year, we'll see. Maybe next year. For now, though, we're keeping it at 29. It was originally 20. I think at one point it was like $10. Like before I made a Cameo account like over a year ago, and it was like $10. And all of a sudden, somebody requested one. I was like, oh, I should probably raise this because if it's just $10, I think everybody would get one. So I had to make it like a little bit better. Otherwise, if it was like $5, I would have like unlimited requests, and I would have no time to stream. More than likely. I'd pay $100. You're not even a member of the channel, sir. Nah, I just want to be fair. I'm not trying to overcharge people for that stuff. I mean, the cameos for the record are like usually 30 to 45 seconds. I don't feel like charging $100 for that short of a video. Maybe we'll just keep upping the price with how many subscribers we have. So every 10,000 subscribers we gain, we go up $1. So right now it'd be almost $37. It'd be so dumb. Almost time to raid Connor? It might be. I don't know. Might be raiding Connor. There's like nobody else live. It's literally just Connor, I think. And Brand Kopic ended his stream. It's basically just basically the only chaser out there right now is Connor. That at least I'm subscribed to right now. Or at least the only one I see on my YouTube feed. No problem, Cappy. Fountain City. I don't know where Fountain City is. Wisconsin? Not really seeing much. Maybe that. Little CC drop, maybe? It's not really definitive. There's a little bit of something there, though. Just northeast of Fountain City, there's a little bit of something. Wouldn't say for sure that's a tornado, though. Hey, Jordan, for the super chat. Severe weather threat, it's not done. It's going to be going for the next few hours, but it should be winding down more as we go throughout the evening. I think the worst of it will be done by, like, 9. Thank you, Carrie, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Buzz NATO? Guys, I'm not... What? Buzz NATO? Buzz Lightyear NATO? That'd be crazy. We send you a Buzz Lightyear costume, you'll still do Cameo? I mean, if you send me one and you actually order a Cameo, I guess. But, like, you'd have to actually mail me one. Because I don't have one. Apparently somebody was mailing me one. I don't 100% know about that, though. Haven't received anything yet. Thank you, Cassidy, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Gritty in a Buzz Lightyear costume at 500,000. That'd be crazy. I would again have to have a costume. I'm not gonna go buy one. I don't know, how much one would cost. That'd be crazy though. The craziest thing ever. Bench cameo. I'm not going to go to the bench just to do a cameo. There's no shot. Guys, we're awfully close. There's 7,000 of you watching. I bet at least 135 aren't subscribed. Hit the subscribe button down below. We're currently 135 away from 368,000, so make sure to subscribe. Hit the like button down below as well if you've enjoyed the stream thus far. If you want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member with the join button down below. It's also the top link in the it's the pinned link in the chat. It's also the second to top link in the description down below. If you want to become a member of the channel, comes with lots of perks like bloopers videos. You got members only streams that will probably have a members only stream this weekend, so definitely recommend you become a member. You also get a chat badge and some other cool stuff. Thank you, Stream, for the $1.99. I Amazoned you one. Oh, goodness, I can't wait. Thank you, Brayden, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Lunas, for the super chat. Should be mostly just a win threat. I don't think there'll be much in the morning, though. And I don't think there'll be much, honestly, in general, in northern Indiana. I became a member just to do that. I gotta say though, if you guys haven't watched the bloopers video, it's a members only video, but if you haven't watched it, it is very funny. Definitely recommend it. What do you think tomorrow, Michigan? I think tomorrow will be mostly just Eastern Michigan and the thumb. Should just mostly be a wind threat, but could see a brief tornado. I'll be on standby in case we have to go live. It's very unlikely though, due to the area it's covering. It's a very, like, the area it's covering, it's a large area, but the threat for tomorrow is really just supposed to be in this area. Like, the main threat will be here. We could see isolated severe storms elsewhere, but it's going to be a very low threat. And if we do see anything, it'll just be hail and wind. So my greatest concern right now is in that slight risk. And we actually, believe it or not, we called this morning, but we said, or at least I said, I wouldn't be surprised if we had an isolated tornado here. There wasn't a 2% tornado risk at the time. They actually added that, and they also added a slight risk. So, interesting stuff there. But, yeah. Thank you, Space, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Find a live cam of Eau Claire. Let me look. I haven't looked at Eau Claire. We do have a live shot in Eau Claire of the storm. Here's what it looks like right now. Top right of your screen. A little bit of a shelf cloud there. What do you think about Saturday? What's happening Saturday? Thank you, Michael, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Outbreak stream. I might do an outbreak stream, but I'll probably end up doing it with Connor if he wants to, and if, you know, we're all around and whatnot. I would rather do it with somebody than do it by myself that game. I'll probably do it with Connor if he's willing to do so. He's brought it up, so we might do it. But he's still chasing and stuff, so who knows when that'll actually happen. I mean, to be honest with you, like, our next stream will probably be this weekend. For members, and it'll probably be a GeoGuessr stream, and I will probably do it with Freddy, if he's around. I have not asked him yet this weekend, but... What is Connor's location? He's in River Falls, Wisconsin, which I don't think is right. I think he's closer to... Pretty sure he's closer now to, Eau Claire. I doubt we're going to see any tornadic activity in Indiana tomorrow. No, I think it'll be just isolated wind and hail. A live stream tomorrow is highly unlikely. That's all I'll say. It's highly unlikely that we'll have a live stream tomorrow. The only way we have a live stream is if something really ramps up, which I don't think it would have to be like a major change, or there's something that's big happening in Michigan. Like, that'd be like the two ways that it's possible. Another big lightning strike. Man, these lightning strikes have been bright here. Very, very bright lightning. Let's see if there's another camera. Yeah, that's really the main camera that we have. Back to this camera. Oops. Camera, or what? Connor just drove by this camera? Did he? I don't think he drove by this camera. This camera isn't in the rain. He's in the rain. Connor is actually driving through wind. I'll full screen Connor. What it looks like right now, Fred. He has literally non-stop lightning pretty much where he is. He's inside the storm.
If I don't get past it now, I'm gonna be driving in this for hours. Streaming or not.
Yeah, Des Moines isn't really in a tornado threat tonight. It's going to be mostly just a wind threat. So, not too concerned about Des Moines tonight. No problem, Blue. Good luck, by the way. Hope you have a good surgery. I don't know what else to say. Hopefully your surgery goes well. But have a good night.
Yeah. Holy wind!
Yeah, Connor's literally inside the storm right now.
Big wind! Holy shit!
Wow, look at that wind.
Holy shit!
Huge RFD surge. just saw that out of the corner of my eye by OBS. Look at that wind though, holy cow.
Wow!
It's like a jump scare. I mean, the wind speeds here are probably at least 60 miles per hour. It's gotta be more than that, though. I think it's like 70. This is worse than Debbie.
Oh my god! This is insane!
The wind is just insane.
This is stronger than freaking Debbie.
That's literally what I just said. I literally
Stronger
just
than
said that.
Hurricane Debbie.
No shot, we're thinking about the same thing. That's crazy. Somebody needs to clip that. Somebody needs to clip that and send it to me. On Discord or something. Connor and Max are sharing a brain cell. Bro, this guy. Connor's at 94.
Jeez, this is intense.
Like near Mount Washington, apparently.
You get insane wind gusts.
94 and 29, that's behind the storm. He's in the storm. Like, he's in the middle of it. See his location, by the way, at the bottom left of the screen. The tracker. You also see it at the bottom right, too, on Radar Omega. Wow. Huge Cloud of Ground lightning strike right there in front of him.
Hey, buddy. Nice turn signal, jackass. Lightning rain. You don't even put your signal on. Hydroplane slamming on my brakes.
Another reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe.
Dude?
We're currently 45 subscribers. 368,000.
Guy is so unpredictable.
Make sure to subscribe if you're new to the channel.
Need to get.
How much water do I drink in a day? Probably about 6 or 7 22-ounce water bottles, so whatever that number comes out to be. It's a lot.
Let this guy know what a turn signal is.
The mode for the $5 super chat. It should be mostly a wind threat, maybe an isolated tornado. I think the greatest concern will probably just be to your north and west.
Only hope is it gets weaker and it bends to the south, way down the line. It gets weaker and it bends way south. That's my only hope at this point. I can go about 55. Once I go above that, major hydroplane, so I'm just gonna have to work with it.
Hey, Buck, can you get the last, like, 5 seconds of that? You missed, like, the last, like, 5 seconds.
The swear jar has, like, $100 in it, I bet.
Like, when I actually said, like, I literally just said that. Confirmed tornado, Menominee, Wisconsin. I mean, if we had a tornado, it would have been earlier. It would have been, like, 20 minutes ago, or 30 minutes ago. We may have even a tornado trying to, we might have some rotation trying to come together near Arcadia right now. A little bit of an inflow. Kind of got a little hook going here near Arcadia. It's not really too impressive, but a little bit of circulation there. A little bit of something. Should have a package coming Saturday. Sounds good, Shelby. I'll keep a close eye out. How fast is Connor Storm traveling? East at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Any news for Green Bay? The Green Bay Packers are going 9-8. That's the news that I have for you. Back to Stanley with weather. Yeah, we might get a tornado warning on this. You know, Arcadia going towards Blair. Little bit of rotation. When's this tornado outlook end? I'm just curious. They have it ending. Okay, so we're kind of still in that 2%. Yeah, this might get tornado warned, though. There's definitely still rotation here near Arcadia. Big inflow. Got a hook and everything near Arcadia right now. Thank you, Michelle, for the $4.99 super chat. I appreciate that. I probably will, but I mean, if anybody sends me them, I'll probably still use them. Like, I mean, it's not like an urgent thing I'm giving up on it. I'm just not going to order more, basically. It's too expensive. You need care packages for when you're studying? I mean, you can if you want. I haven't had to study yet. I mean, I'm only in the first week, but probably a few weeks from now, that'll be much appreciated if you do send anything. We'll wait for another velocity scan. We'll probably go back to Connor in a second. By the way, if you ever do want to mail anything, the link to mail stuff is in the description. I'll post it in the chat too. Link to the address, the P.O. box, whatever you want to call it. Here's the latest scan. Wow, what is happening to this thing? This thing's like, has the craziest looking hook on radar. See what the velocities look like. Mailing myself this weekend. Alright, sounds good. I'll see you there. Imagine. First week in college, granddaughter had an exam? What? That's actually crazy. Here's the latest scan. I don't know. This thing looks weird. We definitely have rotation. But the hook is just weird looking. This kind of looks like a mouth, and it looks like somebody's pointing a finger at it or something. Hey, Darcy, for the very generous $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Put some W's in the chat for Darcy. Appreciate that a lot. I'll mail you a supercell. Thank you. Appreciate that. Can't wait to see it. Wouldn't mind some rain, honestly. Wouldn't mind a storm. Thank you, Larry, for the super chat. That's actually a good question. So I got max. I mean, I wear XL t-shirts usually, and sometimes they're actually too large for me. The Max Velocity t-shirt and the Drunk NATO t-shirt, I think, are fine. I would probably go a size. I'd probably go a size up if you get a t-shirt. Give me 1 second. Gonna check this out. I mean, I have a I wear my Max Velocity t-shirt quite often. Just gonna get a feel for this. Another shirt on. Yeah, I mean, I would probably go a size up just in case, but it's usually it's a pretty good fit usually. Like, I would say it's, you know, I wear XL. This is pretty similar to the XL shirt I'm wearing right now, so. Man, this thing is like, this hook is crazy. Look at this thing. Rotation's not really that crazy, but the hook is just insane on this thing. Why am I getting judged on how I put on a shirt? Like, what? I put on a shirt normally. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Thank you, 2 for the super chat. I would get to your, I mean, I would go to your safe place just in case, honestly. Thank you, by the way, thank you, Butt. Appreciate that. I'll probably just make my own clip for it, just so I can edit it. Appreciate that. It's not normal? What do you mean? That's how you put on a t-shirt. I'm honestly surprised they don't at least have a Tornado Possible label on that. It's like the most impressive rotation that, or at least most impressive hook that we've had. Might be falling apart though. What am I gonna eat for dinner tonight? Culver's, Cane's, Panda? What? Honestly, probably none of those. I don't know what I'm having for dinner. It'll probably just be something easy, though. Thank you, Scott, for the super chat. How's it going, Marcus and Marcia? Is this Omega? It is. It is Radar Omega. You can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. That's the weather app we've been using this entire live stream. Where am I broadcasting from? On Earth. It's my favorite homemade food. Honestly, I couldn't even tell you. I don't know if I really have one. There a tornado in Indiana? No. Nothing even happening in Indiana right now. I mean, if you walk outside in Indiana, I bet it's just sunny or clear. This is what Michigan looks like right now in the Radar Omega cyclone port. I mean, like literally, there's nothing out there. Like just a couple high clouds. Hey, Snowball for the super chat. Huge shout out, by the way, to Mary also for picking up some shopmaxvelocity.net merchandise. Do appreciate that. Yeah, if you want to check out any of our t-shirts, hats, anything like that, it's on shopmaxvelocity.net. It is one of the links in the description. By the way, after today, assuming that we don't go live tomorrow, which I don't think we will, our next live stream might not be until our next hurricane. So that's how long we're thinking for our next live stream. We might not be live again, at least for a normal weather live stream. Members only, we'll probably have a stream here before the end of this month or possibly in September. But more than likely, our next live stream will not be until we have something in the tropics. So unless something does change with severe weather, which I don't think it will. So just letting you guys know, kind of giving you a gist of what's happening here over the next few weeks. It looks like we're going to be gearing towards the tropics. It's been a long time since we've had something that has been impacting the United States. The tropics have been somewhat quiet for the last few weeks as well, but they are about to wake up in a big way. So more than likely, we are going to have several live streams covering whatever the next hurricane is or tropical storm or whatever it might be. And yeah, I mean, the ensemble members are going crazy with the next tropical wave showing potentially a major hurricane and perhaps even a catastrophic hurricane. Where it goes is very unknown, obviously, because we're just so far out. But definitely something that we're going to be watching for. And I'm going to show you guys in a second what I'm talking about, since we don't have anything right now on radar that is, at least right now, concerning. But I just want to kind of give you guys an idea of what we're talking about here. It's going to get pretty active pretty quickly. And I use those words, by the way, like hardly ever. I'm just letting you guys know. Like, I don't use wording like that. I'm not trying to scare you guys, but like this is what we're looking at as we go into Tuesday of next week. Almost every single ensemble member of the European model currently indicates at least a tropical storm in the Caribbean Sea. By Wednesday, Thursday, into Friday, a lot of the ensemble members have this as a hurricane, some even as a major hurricane around the Puerto Rico area and back even closer to the Dominican Republic and Haiti. And then by like Saturday into Sunday of next week, so by like September 8th, a lot of these ensembles are bringing this towards Florida. So there's definitely cause for concern in the tropics right now. Obviously, again, this could go literally anywhere, but the ensemble members have actually shifted more to the west here recently. It was originally way more to the east, and then another tropical wave just behind that, but that one probably gonna be a fish storm. So definitely not what you want to see this time of the year, but we are watching that closely. I'm gonna have a more detailed video breakdown on that probably soon. I don't know if we'll have a video tomorrow, by the way, just letting you guys know. I kind of doubt it. So if we have a video, it'll be tomorrow afternoon. And if we do have a video tomorrow, it will more than likely be about the tropics. So I'm just letting you guys know about that. Go back to Connor here for a few minutes. Just kind of...
I'm not going to make it on this run. But I might later down the line.
I'm in Florida. I'll be ready. I am too. Hopefully, wherever this tropical storm or hurricane goes, hopefully it doesn't bother my internet or anything like that. We do have to do live coverage. Stream is a tad loud. I turned it down just a little bit. Iowa gonna get any damage? Mostly just isolated damaging winds. That's about it. So, a little bit of damage, but probably shouldn't be too bad in Iowa. Is Croft the other chaser out right now? Connor Croft is really the only chaser out there. I mean, I think Vince Volpe's out there too. But,
yeah, I'm thinking about that.
He's about it.
I'm thinking about doing that. The thing is, I know I probably won't do that. I'll probably stay on 94 because eventually I'm gonna get out of this. As long as I'm heading southeast, the line curves back southwest, so I'm gonna get out of it eventually. If I take US 10, that just adds more time.
No, my classes are not
If I
offline.
stay on 94, it literally brings me home. So that's why I'm just staying on it.
By the way, we are currently 5 subscribers from 368,000. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you've not already.
It literally will just take me home if I stay on this highway, so that's half the reason why I'm trying to push through on and not take a different road out ahead.
And the number just jumped. Bada bing, bada boom. Yay. 368,000. Crazy stuff. Number just keeps climbing. The number just keeps on climbing. Hannah, Hannah-Roni, the numbers that I was showing you, those are all just pressure numbers. So, yeah, those numbers are just pressure. That's the last 2 digits of pressure. So if it said like 40, for example, it'd be 940 millibars. That's like a Cat 4 type storm, Cat 3, Cat 4, Cat 5, that sort of range. If it said like 13, it's probably going to be a 900, or it's going to probably be 1,013 millibars, like a high pressure system. Or 1,000, or if it said like 20, you know, it just depends on where it is, but most of the time that's what that means. It said 96, 996 millibars. So it's just the pressure number, the last 2 digits. Thank you, Smith, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. I think Connor's just about to get out of the rain. He's getting close. He's close. I think once he gets out of the rain, we'll raid him.
Close to getting out of the rain, Patrick. Again, thank you for watching today, guys. This is a banger stream. Nobody else getting tornadoes. We're out here streaming for 9 hours almost. Absolute grind. of a chase, and we're almost out of the rain for the second time. Chad, who was watching when we got caught in Minneapolis traffic? And I thought the chase was basically over.
Man, yeah, probably.
If we didn't get
Probably
caught
like
in that
10 minutes.
traffic, we probably never would have got that tornado.
Making a 4.5 hour stream. Hey, TJ, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. As a reminder, if you do want to watch the members only stream, which will likely be this weekend, our next members only stream, make sure you become a member. It's the join button down below. It's also the link in the description.
LeBron, welcome to the Bears Cage.
Make sure to do that.
Appreciate you, big dog. Dude,
I do think the tornado threat, though, is starting to drop.
I can see
I'm
it.
not really seeing much rotation
I can
at
see
this
the
point.
lead edge. Chad, I can see the lead edge. It's right in front of us. It's right
Hey,
in front
Justine,
of
for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities.
us. We're making it out.
New Outlook? Oh yeah, I forgot. There is a new Outlook. Let's check it out. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm watch for Wisconsin and northeast Iowa. Damaging winds and hail being the main concern. Maybe a brief spin up. That goes until 11 o'clock tonight. They have gone ahead and downgraded, though. There's no longer an enhanced risk for severe weather. We're back down to a slight risk. They still have a 2% tornado risk in place, but at this point, again, it's a very low chance. The majority of the storms are starting to move out of this area as well. So just keep that in mind. So, yeah. Thank you, Demon, also for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. The hail risk was also downgraded. So, a couple updates there. Don't forget the cameo. I'm not doing a cameo on stream. It already takes me so many tries. I'm not going to do it on stream. You live stream also for major winter weather. We do sorta. I mean, I didn't do it a whole lot the last couple years. We do a lot of the time do like forecast live streams that are like 2 hours discussion sort of stuff and forecasting. We only did really one coverage for a winter storm or blizzard, and that was with Connor. So I had that was like this year, I think, like early this year. We're more than likely though do more of those this winter. Just wasn't really something we've done. I don't know why. Just never gotten around to it, I guess. Thank you, Dakota, for the super chat. No problem. Glad I can help and appreciate you tuning in, and thank you for the generosity. Wasn't I just on some sort of vacation? The last vacation I was on was with Connor. It was like the last legit vacation I've had. That was back in late July. It was perfect timing too. It was like right before and right after. It was basically right before any sort of like major severe weather happened, and also just after. It was like perfect timing. I didn't realize this, but we apparently almost gained 2,000 subscribers today. Wow. That's kind of crazy. No cap. Are they calling for hail size? Basically just cheese curd sized hail. Nothing large right now. If we got any large hail, it'd be like quarter size. That's about it. I'll go back to Connor here for a couple more minutes.
It's got out of construction.
Just getting out of the storm now.
Alright, we're out of the rain for a minute at least. Oh, speed limit's down to 60,
No problem, Katie.
so that's not ideal.
Appreciate you tuning in. Glad I can help.
But I don't even see the construction.
I think Connor's going to keep going southeast on 94. I could be wrong, though. I think he's just really trying to get home, honestly. I don't know how far he is from home, but like,
a lane closure,
low-key, it's gonna be a... I'm guessing he's not getting a
You're
hotel tonight.
joking.
I could be wrong, though.
Okay, I guess the lane shift. It's not a closure.
Yeah, I think he's gonna probably just chug along. Thank you, Matthew, for the super chat, or becoming a 2-month member.
It's off to our right.
I don't think I'm getting Culver's tomorrow, I'll be honest with you. But I do appreciate you becoming a 2-month member. Now, last time I had Culver's was Sunday, so... Before that, I didn't have Culver's for like a month. It was a long time. Other than just getting like ice cream or something. Yeah, Connor is in OCO right now. Wisconsin.
Yes, dude. At least I get a temporary break. Like I said, we're gonna end up in the rain again.
Yeah, I mean, I think he is. That's what I'm saying. I think he'll probably just drive home.
And then we'll bust out of it again. And then we should be smooth sailing.
Should we raid him? We will. We'll raid him in like 5 minutes.
Then we can get back out ahead, and if there's structure, we can go back into structure.
This is one of our longest live streams though in a while. I don't know the last time we were live for 4.5 hours. Which usually, like during the spring, this was very common. The last time we were live for 4.5 hours was back on July 15th. The Derecho stream was the last time we were live this long. Which is, then the Derecho was 8 hours. That Derecho stream was 8 hours long. This is our longest live stream since that point, which is kind of crazy. Not even Debbie was that long. Debbie was about 4 hours and 15 minutes. So, crazy stuff. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. Ready before the raid?
Woo! Alright, temporary break. About to get freaking clobbered again by a little boat to the south, I think.
No problem, Matthew.
I don't think we're that fast.
Accidentally just crushed a Chex Mix thing on my desk. Good times. Just remember the cameo. I have to do it like literally right after the stream. It's gonna have to be a bang bang sort of play. I mean, it's like literally, I have like an hour left on it. I have exactly 60 minutes left on that cameo. We got to do it right after the stream. I did not stream a few years ago, Sam. I mean, the latest live stream I would have had for anything nationwide aside from like Louisiana or Texas would have been like mid 2022. Like I haven't streamed anything before that unless it was like middle of 2022, like nationwide. So
just like this line is getting real close to freaking eating me again. Please don't eat me, Mr. Line. Please don't eat me. I don't want to be eaten right now, okay? Pause, but still. Come on, Mr. Line.
All right. Well, severe weather's kind of dying down, so I think we're going to call it. Again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, like the stream if you enjoyed it. Thank you again for Radar Omega for sponsoring today's stream. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on both iOS and Android. We're gonna raid Connor Croft, so stay tuned. You'll be redirected to Connor. Make sure to just stay tuned and say like max velocity raid or whatever. And yeah, he's literally the only one live, so we'll just raid him. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night. Thank you to anybody that super chatted or became a member. Appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you for your generosity. Next time we'll be live will probably be this weekend for a members only stream. So if you want to watch that, you can become a member. The join button's down below. There's also links in the description if you want to become a member. And it's also pinned in the chat. So if you don't know where to become a member, it's one of those links. All right. Thank you guys all for tuning in. Really do appreciate it. Have a great, safe rest of your night. Make sure to download Radar Omega. It is the top link in the description below. All right. See you guys all again soon. Thanks for watching.